introduction.
That's it.
All right, let me know when you're ready. Right. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for showing up tonight. We can start the meeting with roll call.
Wendy Hundley.
Gavin Massengill.
Buck Shapiro.
Sarah Hudson.
Charlie Zeck.
Amber Lewis.
Mike Dyson. Next up, we'll have public comments. We have Bill Schreiber signed up. Welcome, Bill. If you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself.
Thank you. My name is Bill Strieber. I'm not a resident of Rollingwood, but a couple of weeks ago I had the pleasure of meeting Councilwoman Hundley, and she suggested I come and introduce myself. I am running for state representative for HD 48, which Rollingwood is part of the district, running against Donna Howard, who's been in office for 14 years, and wanted to present the opportunity. Now is not the time to do it, obviously, but I'm open to discuss any issues Rollingwood has and would like to see from the state government moving forward. And basic introduction, and that's all I want to say. I won't keep everybody's time, and congratulations. So, thank you
very much.
Thank you for coming.
We don't have anyone else signed up to speak for public comments, but if anyone else is here to speak on something, share your thoughts on something not on the agenda, great time to take the podium. Okay, fantastic. In that case, we will move on to, I can shift the public hearings from presentations. Yeah, let's do that. We'll go right into presentations because that's the fun stuff we're all here for. All right. Mr. Campos, you're first, sir. Everyone would join me in recognizing Abel Campos on reaching a service milestone with the city of Rollingwood. Abel is the city's finance manager. He's been with Rollingwood for 15 years this month. Abel grew up in Seguin, received his Bachelor of Arts from Texas A&M.
BBA.
Oh, apologies. Thanks for the clarification. BBA?
Yes.
Get him anyway. Prior to arriving in Rollingwood, he spent most of his professional career working for Kamal ISD in New Braunfels. In his role at the city, he performed accounting, payroll, banking, and accounts payable. Man, and just to be honest with you, that is such a gross underestimation of the services that Abel has provided the city. There are probably a number of folks in the town that recognize that we wouldn't function without him. So he assists in preparation of the annual budget, and again, that's an understatement, and is the lead for the annual audit. He does all of these things with attention to detail, competence, and a great sense of humor. Good rib of the mayor along the way. Rollingwood wouldn't be here without you. Thank you for 15 years, and if you guys wouldn't mind, just help me tell him thank you. And we got you a little something.
Thank you, Mayor.
My pleasure. We got you a little something. I understand that you got to pose for a photo with it, regardless of what
Oh, really? Thank you very much.
You bet. And we took note. You look at his top pocket. He is never without the tools of his trade.
That's correct.
And for what it's worth, over 15 years.
But no pocket perspective.
No pocket. No offense to the engineer. Thanks again for it. It's a pleasure working with you.
Well, when Don Ferguson hired me, I told him I'd work here about 2 or 3 months, and then he could start looking for somebody else.
Yeah.
Here I am.
That is what happens when you do too good a job.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, that's great.
All right. Oh man, another great asset of the city. All right. As everybody knows, we we got a new chief not too long ago, and the chief has really spearheaded making some great decisions for our department. One of those great decisions has been the promotion of Greg Duarte to the rank of sergeant. Officer Duarte, Sergeant Duarte, has worked in law enforcement in the Austin region for over 20 years. Greg began his law enforcement career as a Travis County Constable for Precinct 4. In 2006, he became a police officer for the city of Mustang Ridge. In 2007, Greg was hired as an officer in the city of Westlake Hills. He did push me. Good job. Where he eventually was promoted to corporal. In 2010, Greg Duarte returned to Mustang Ridge and served as a sergeant before being hired as an officer for Rollingwood in 2013. Greg was promoted to corporal and selected as the department's sole detective. In addition to his patrol duties, Detective Duarte conducts follow-up investigations of criminal offenses, drafts and executes search and arrest warrants, examines crime scenes for physical evidence, works with prosecutors, and testifies in court. Greg's been a loyal, dedicated member of the police department. Over the years, he has developed close relationships with the community, even visiting seriously ill residents in the hospital. Again, this is kind of a gross underestimation of the services that Greg's provided to our community. Greg holds numerous certifications. He's a crime prevention specialist and holds an advanced police officer certificate from the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. Greg Duarte is accomplished this evening, this evening by his wife of 18 years. Anna and their children, Diego and Sebastian, as well as his parents, Leonard and Carmen Duarte. Anna, I understand that you have the honors of getting this badge.
Sergeant Duarte, front and center.
I just want to say that thank you for the promotion. I'm excited, and I look forward to continue working for the city. I love it here. I want to retire here, and with my knowledge and expertise, I hope to continue to bring more value to the city and give more value to the city. I'm excited. Thank you all.
Another great asset to our police department. Frank Latta comes to Rollingwood with 24 years of law enforcement experience. Frank began his career as a lake ranger for the city of Buffalo Springs Lake in 1995. He became an officer for the city of Plainview in 1996. In 2001, he was hired on as an officer with the city of Live Oak, where he was soon assigned to the DPS Narcotics Task Force. He investigated individuals and organizations involved in the sale and distribution of illegal drugs. In 2008, Frank Latta was promoted to corporal for the Live Oak Police Department. Frank was further given the responsibility to serve as his agency's training coordinator and accreditation manager. In 2016, Frank was assigned as the emergency manager for the city of Live Oak, where he worked closely with federal, state, and local agencies to ensure that the city was prepared for any event, whether it be natural or man-made. In November 2018, the Live Oak Police Department promoted Frank to the rank of sergeant, where in addition to his supervisory role, he oversaw the field training program and the management of the police fleet. Frank Latta holds a Master Peace Officer certificate as well as an instructor certificate through the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. The city of Rollingwood, I can tell you this part, the city of Rollingwood is honored to accept Frank Latta to the position of corporal for our police department. Frank will now be able to live closer to his family and spend more time with his granddaughter, who is an amazing softball player. His experience will be an asset to his agency and our community. Frank Latta is accompanied this evening by his daughter, Brandy, his granddaughter, Adeline, brother-in-law, Aaron Brown, and his nephew. Frank will, now I gotta get you up here. There we go.
Okay, Black, front and center.
Sir.
You wanna administer the oath? Sure.
Repeat after me, raise your right hand. I, Frank Latta,
I, Frank Latta,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of corporal
the duties of corporal
for the city of Rollingwood of the state of Texas,
for the city of Rollingwood, the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and the laws
the Constitution and the laws
of the United States and of this state.
of the United States and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God. Yes, sir.
I believe you had someone special you wanted to pin your badge
Yes,
on?
I can do that.
Did you find it?
That's cute.
Would you like to say a few words?
Just wanted to thank Chief Brady, Assistant Chief Pompa, Ms. Lewis, and the rest of the city staff for giving me this opportunity to come up here and work with y'all and be part of your agency in your city. A special thanks to my family for supporting me for all these years. Couldn't do it without them. And I'm looking forward to getting to know all of you and getting to work with my new teammates.
Excellent. Congratulations.
All right, well, we've had some snacks. Maybe I'll give you an opportunity to grab a few more, and you can decide whether or not you want to sit through the rest of the fun stuff here. You're welcome to, of course, but certainly don't feel compelled to sit through an entire council meeting. It's live broadcast, so you can watch it at home. Thanks again for everybody. And on behalf of our entire community, you know, you guys having your family members as part of our community, you're part of our community as well. And we just a big thank you for that. It means a lot. All right, clock's running. Giving you an opportunity, and then I'm going to lock you in. We are. Is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, perfect. I figured.
Where'd you run into him?
I know where to find you. Oh, that's cute. Oh, I love that.
You're just jealous because
I am so jealous.
and I'm about to go blast it over the patio.
I love that. He just got a selfie with Aiden. I know. I know.
This, you know what that happened is? You know what that happened? These guys said that you were not a big fan of pictures.
This is true.
And I was like, but he's gonna take one.
We're jealous.
I'm not photogenic. I can't say.
Even though they invited me to go study elsewhere.
They feel your ceiling is higher than.
Yes, that's, yeah, sure, that's what we're gonna run with.
Yeah, it's a free run. 9/10 of the place.
Oh, you.
Nice to meet you. So sweet. Oh my goodness. Future mayor right there.
I can't not get emotional when like those. That's the kind of thing that makes me want to get up and go.
I think it's great that you're here. We appreciate it. Yeah.
Dude, that's a gem.
Yes, yes we will. Okay, guys. I joked earlier that that was the fun stuff, but the truth of the matter is the whole meeting is fun stuff. And with that, we're going to go ahead and open up our first public hearing. It's a public hearing, discussion, possible action, or request to amend the city's code of ordinances to expressly include allowing for banks and savings or savings and loan institutions in current C2 zoning district of the city of Rollingwood. If we could open up public comment, let's see, what time is it? 7:16. Is there anyone here to speak? Is there anyone that didn't sign up to speak on this item that maybe wants to say a few words? Please. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself first.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
My name is Brian May. I am the president of Vista Bank here in Austin, and so I'm actually speaking on behalf of the bank for this request. And I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I've met several of you and kind of talked through this process. I'm a Westlake resident, live right by Texas Honeyham. My kids go to school here in Westlake. I'm on the Eanes Education Foundation board, so definitely invested in the community here. When that Gaddy site came on the market, I saw it for a while, and then somebody goes, "Why don't you put a bank there?" One of my clients that's actually in Rollingwood, and so looked into it, and that's really how the process started. It's not optimal with no drive-through. The site obviously has a lot of challenges with parking and setbacks and the size of the building. But you know, I think from what you guys saw, and I don't know if you have the renderings available to put up on the screen, but you know, we did a good job of trying to make the most of what it is to really fit into Rollingwood and to Westlake. And so we were kind of excited about what it turned out to be, and we're really hoping that, you know, with talks with you guys, that you would agree that it's would be a good asset going forward for the community. I understand some of the challenges that you guys have with what you're looking at, and again, being a Westlake resident, I would want nothing more for that entire side of the road to be brand new retail buildings with food options and, you know, real retail. But I think, you know, the realistic aspect of that happening anytime in the near future is not great. I mean, I think the car wash does very well. I think, you know, we've talked to the gas station people, they're not going anywhere. And so, you know, for me, I think you could probably get somebody to buy that retail center and either give it a makeover or make that look good. But I think, you know, there's still that whole side of the street with the Goodyear and all of that is going to have challenges for development in the near future. And I think allowing us to put a nice looking building could really actually spur possibly some of those other people changing uses, or, you know, saying, okay, now we got one nice thing, now maybe the neighbor makes theirs nice. You know, that's really what we were hoping for, and still hoping for. You know, I do understand the challenges of that. I understand you guys looking at retail and wanting retail tax revenue, so that doesn't, you know, go past me either. But I think, again, the challenge is on that site. If somebody's going to move in today, it's going to be a takeout pizza place again, or a bakery, or something like that, and the tax revenue is not going to be a big number for the city of Rollingwood. So, I think somebody who's willing to invest into that property and put a lot of money into it like us, no retailer is going to be able to afford to do that and make the numbers work. So that's, really all I wanted to say is just for you guys to kind of think about that, and I'm sure you have. And again, thank you so much for your time and allowing us to come back up here and, pitch our case, because I love this community, and again, I'd love nothing more for that entire thing to be retail, and hopefully someday it will be. But in the meantime, we were trying to take care of an eyesore there, at least for the near future, and become a part or an end cap of some retail center in the future. So again, thank you guys for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions if that's part of the process.
Yeah, not during the public hearing, but thank you very much for coming out and speaking with us.
Absolutely.
Is there anybody else that wants to talk on this item? Okay, last opportunity. Got it. Then we will close the public hearing at 7:21 and move on to item 3, public hearing.
Number 2 is still discussion and possible action. So you can.
All right, apologies. So, sorry, I stand corrected. It is discussion and possible action, this item. So, council, definitely open it up to you.
I'll start. I appreciate you coming out again, and I recognize that you serve a really valuable position in our community, and I thank you for serving on the Eanes Education Foundation and for being part of the community. And I'm appreciative that you want to come to Rollingwood and have a business here, and there's no way that we want to turn away business who want to be here. I think I'll just say again that this, in my mind, is a tricky time to come and ask for a zoning change when we are going through the process of examining our zoning. And I feel like until we have gone through that exercise, that changing the use of that location to allow this bank it's not the right timing to do it, and it would lock that zoning into that location forever. And I think that we have a C1 and a C2 that have very subtle differences, not a lot of big differences, and that's one of the differences. And so I'm not right now inclined to vote to change that zoning of that location. But I do really appreciate your business and your professionalism and your community participation. So
I've got a question. Is this posted correctly? Are we asking to change C2, or are we asking to allow for a special use permit in C2?
It is posted correctly. When we were first approached, you were being requested to expressly allow, and Charlie said that as long as that was the highest use, the most intense use of that then they could come back in and refine their request to just allowing via a special use permit. So that's where that's where they ended up, is what they're really asking of you tonight, but it's on the agenda as the highest use of expressly allowing.
Did that make sense?
Kinda.
So the posting, the posting, I'm gonna try to restate it better. The posting is requesting a change in rezoning to allow a particular use by right. The city council could, if it chose, give direction to do something that's less intensive than a use by right, which would be a use by special use permit, which means we'd change the ordinance so that you could do it by special use permit, and then they would have to go through the special use permit process to get a special use permit.
And then, will you explain the special use permit, how that works again? So if we did go through the process and allow a special use permit on that property, then it would run for that, with that property, not with the owners. So
Into perpetuity, that's correct. It runs with the
perpetuity.
land, not with the owners.
Even if it's rezoned?
Yes. Yes. The rezoning is what causes, so if it's rezoned as a use by right, it clearly could be allowed to be used by right. And if it's rezoned, and then if the ordinance is changed to allow a use by special use permit, they would have to come back, go through a rezoning process to request a special use permit. A special use permit is a rezoning process. It's a legislative rezoning process. And then if that was approved, that special use permit would apply on that piece of property regardless of who owned it. Does that
In
make sense?
perpetuity.
Into perpetuity, that's correct. Until it was revoked.
Well,
Subject to, not subject to, any other change in zoning classification that would ever happen and it has an existing.
how does
use
the
on it.
revocation occur?
Well, revocation probably wasn't the right word. If it's rezoned, if it's ever rezoned to something else.
That's what I was asking.
Right.
But they're allowed to continue to use it, even if we rezone, as long as they continue that same use. And then, like, say that bank continues the use, we've rezoned it all for just retail, but they're a bank and they continue that use, and then they sell it to another bank, as long as it's being used as a bank,
Mm-hmm.
they could continue the use,
Yes,
even
Even
though
if
it
it's not the
changes
same
hand.
owner, correct.
to,
So I see their letter, but what's the actual action before us? What's the question before us?
Do you want to do anything with this piece of property at all? Either if you would like to allow a bank by right, we have an ordinance. Do we have an ordinance in front of the council? No. Then give staff direction that you'd like to allow it, then we'll have to come back with an ordinance to
That was
approve,
my question.
to approve the ordinance.
There's not language in front of us tonight to
That's right.
approve.
And there is no ordinance in front of you tonight. It's really, that's what really needs to be amended here, is a physical ordinance making that particular change. So it would have to come back before you.
does
So
it
you
have
have
to
to
go
give
back to P and Z also?
No. Mm-mm. No, because it's already gone through the public hearing process. So you could take no action, you could take some action, you could take an action to allow for the special use permit if you so choose.
If I wanted to make a motion to disapprove this request,
I would just wait to see if there was a motion to approve it, and if no one makes an motion to do anything, we can just move on. The mayor could ask for a motion. If no motion is held, then it would die for lack of a
Consider
motion.
the motion asked for, unless there's additional. Well, I tell you what, if you want more conversation, I'd encourage you to put a motion out there.
Well, I'm as torn this month as I was last.
What about just kicking it back to planning and zoning? And let them kind of.
they've already they had to make a determination on whether or not to do it, and their recommendation was no.
Yeah.
So we had to kick it back to them because they took no action, so they got it back, and then they took action, and their recommendation was no.
But in fairness, the recommendation was to not change the entire ordinance. They didn't, did they discuss
They did, and they didn't have a recommendation for that.
on the special use piece?
That's right.
So they punted to us on the special use.
That was nice of them.
Where you were going, send it back to them.
I would argue that their recommendation was to make no action, to not change the zoning on the property. That was their recommendation.
I kind of agree with Wendy. If we're in the middle of looking at all of our zoning, this seems not an ideal time to be piecemeal making changes to it.
If there's anyone we would, you're the ideal candidate, except for
It's terrible
timing.
timing.
No, we get it. I mean, it's a tough decision for you guys.
And it's tough too. I said it last month. I mean, I lean toward not doing it, but then we may wake up 5 years from now and we still have an empty gaddies on our hands. And so,
Yeah.
what have we accomplished there? But maybe not.
One thing I can assure you is this process that we're undertaking right now with regards to considerations of our zoning, we definitely need to make that a priority so that this isn't a situation where in 6 months we're still having this discussion. And I'll be, perfectly candid. This isn't going to be the only consideration, probably not even in the near term, for zoning questions. So, settle up, fellas.
Well, I'll just say, from looking at, when we were looking at it, every person that came in had a parking issue on the retail side.
Sure.
And so the owner told us it was between us and 2 other office users, a dental office and I can't remember the other one, but every retail user was just like, can't. But again, I get it from you guys, because overall, in the grand scheme of things, I mean, it would be great to have a bunch of retail.
Could we limit a special use permit to only them? And if it changes,
That's
it
what
doesn't
I've been
go
trying to figure out.
to
If we could,
signs?
it's the perpetuity that scares
Yeah,
me.
no, you cannot. Yeah,
Have you
that's
thought
called
have you thought
contract-
creatively about
it's called contract zoning, and you can't do that.
We'll call it something else.
All right.
So one thing, just to the public, in case the public isn't aware, and just to refresh the council, the numbers that we are challenged with as a community, about 20%, only 20% of our city's revenues come from sales tax. And that is a challenge for any community, especially one of our size. That puts a large, the implication there being the onus is now on the property owners to support, the fairly dramatic expenses of a small city, and not just a small city, but a small city in such close proximity to a large metropolis. We have big city problems. So, just for context, that's where we are. And I would argue that any drop in the bucket is a drop in the bucket we didn't have before. That said, for me personally, I generally like to let the market decide what will be born and successful in any given part of our commercial district.
How does tax revenue, I mean, obviously we're gonna put a lot of money into it, and I would assume that the property tax value of that property would increase relatively.
I don't know how many times you want to challenge it. That also, I mean, that's an interesting question, right?
Because I think that would offset what
You bet.
your sales tax revenue is gonna be in a 900 square foot spot with 6 spaces.
And it's a valid argument, and then we could also argue whether or not TCAT is going to take it upon themselves to appraise a property. So there's all kinds of you bet. It's not an easy decision by any stretch, and I think again the biggest question, the reason we're getting hung up at all is if you had come 6 months earlier, we wouldn't have been having these conversations yet, and if you're hopefully less than 6 months down the line. We would have had some level of resolution to give you a pretty confident, quick answer. So, I've done a lot of talking with the idea that I give you guys a little time to deliberate on whether or not you want to take some action. So there you go.
Is there a picture of our pretty building to put up there just to sway a vote or something?
Oh, yeah.
Should we make that decision? Make a decision?
I heard you.
You guys wanna do a
No,
tiebreaker vote?
We did also send it to P and Z, and
Yeah.
they recommended not making a change. So I think we kinda have to support our boards and commissions when they,
Did they do that
Evaluate things
before
too.
the last meeting, or our last meeting, or after our last meeting?
After your last meeting.
All right.
This is totally unfair to you. What kind of timeline are you on? I mean, y'all are wanting to do this now.
Really, you'd have to ask the seller that one. I'm not in a hurry. I mean, bank's doing great. We're,
And I realize that's an unfair question to ask.
yeah,
you,
I mean,
but-
I'm not in a hurry. I can do this 6 months from now, but the seller wanted to sell now, and so, I can do it a year from now. I could.
Is the
It
seller,
doesn't change. It doesn't change what I'm doing. I mean, I'm going to keep banking.
Might help
Westlake
you out
people
to
with
wait if
all
you
my
want.
connections in Westlake, and my location doesn't matter. I mean, it would be great to be in the community and have a bank there, but obviously this is not the ideal site for my bank either. I mean, it doesn't have a drive-through, it doesn't have parking, it's got all the same issues that anybody else is gonna have. But I love the location, and it's right down the street from my house, and all the people that we probably 50% of our bank is probably banked out of the city of Westlake right now.
And if I understand you correctly, you're talking in terms of ownership rather than leasing, so you have an option to buy, or you are purchasing the property?
We were gonna purchase the property.
Now, does anyone know why there's a moratorium on banking in Westlake? On banks? Is that like,
I think it's for the same reason that we're
Because they
Yeah.
have
having this
enough
discussion.
already?
because there's a lot of banks up in
They've said
Rollingwood?
that for the last 15 years since I've been practicing law here, and every time I turn around, there's a new bank that opens up. So I'm not sure how accurate that really is.
Okay.
Yeah, the owner's
Does
out
the-
of California. He wanted to sell. It's in a trust. He didn't even know Gaddy's had moved out. So I think a local broker reached out to him and said, your building's sitting empty for the last 4 months. And he goes, oh, really? Didn't know that. And so then they were going to lease it. But
Is the owner aware of the constraints that they?
he is now.
I'd say 6 months down the road, we may all be in a different spot.
Yeah.
You may thank us in 6 months.
The price will definitely get a lot cheaper.
That's what I'm saying. When he realizes, because he's also, I think we discussed last month, it's also a non-compliance, right? A non-conforming structure.
Yeah.
Well, that and the landscaping's
need
out
to
of
know this.
compliance. Yeah, there's a lot on the site. It's
And so, someone steps in and tries to do something substantive to it, they're gonna have to bring it into conformance with the code, which is going to cost them even more profit.
right, which is basically what we were trying to do with the
Right.
grasscape. You get impervious cover.
But I think the
reduction
rear
on
is
that.
in, I think the rear is in the back, in the rear setback, right?
That is,
And that's gonna be the thing that,
yeah,
so that's a
there's
small
nothing you can
building,
do
but it'd be a
about
lot
that unless you
smaller,
cut-
about 4 feet shorter.
Yeah,
Well, it could keep the footprint as long as you don't go further back into the setback, even if you wanted to go up to the, like, if it's a non-compliant structure,
You can't change the extent of the
you
non-compliance.
can't, if the non-compliance is
fun to
going
break down,
out, you can't go out anyway into the setback, but you can
can't
still
make it higher.
modify the roof line.
You can't,
and this
you
is not
can't
a
add a
modified
story
roof
to
line.
it.
This is
We're not,
the-
we're having a
Yeah,
philosophical.
Well, I'm just sorry.
It's not you.
This is
It's
an
not you, it's
identical
us.
building except for the front facade.
Well, this
The
is
front
built
facade
the house I'm
is
building,
changed, but
Just-
otherwise it's the identical footprint.
I got
You just get-
clarification on.
So that, also so that council knows, because it hasn't been brought up yet, because the commission recommended disapproval of the zoning change, it takes a
Yeah, I think you're
4/5 vote of city council to overrule the planning and zoning commissions.
Oh, so we'd have to have 4/5 amount?
Yeah,
Oh, well, then you're toast, so.
it would have to be unanimous tonight.
Yeah.
It's gonna be in the minority if there were 5 people here,
Yeah.
for sure.
So, again, it's not you.
No, I don't take offense. I understand the challenge.
And don't go far, because we may want to talk again in 6 months. So, I think the consensus is let us kind of get a little further down the road on our discussions of zoning and retail and all of that, but thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you guys again for your time.
Thanks, guys, appreciate it.
Guilt us into opening an account with you.
Okay, anything else for, this public hearing? If not, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Are we already, no?
Yeah.
Oh, right,
There's no motion, so it's gonna
It's
fail.
gonna fail for
For
lack
lack
of
of
a motion.
got it. Fail for lack of motion. Thank you, guys. now I'm clear to move on. God, I gotta get some dinner.
I'll take it easier.
We'll open up a public hearing, discussion possible action on an ordinance amending the city's code of ordinances, section 32-143, to regulate the abandonment of motor-assisted scooters in the city, providing for a penalty up to $500 per day for a violation of this ordinance, providing for severability and an effective date. The public hearing is open at 7:40. Do we have anyone signed up? We don't have anyone signed up. Is there anybody here that wants to speak on this item? Okay, going once, going twice. We'll close this at 7:41 and open up to the dais for discussion and possible action on the ordinance, which I do believe is provided in your packet. And Charlie, can you let us know, is this our second public hearing?
I believe it is.
At least.
At
Might be the-
minimum.
Okay,
Might be the third.
third public hearing?
You're not required to hold a public hearing on this ordinance change, but it was requested to hold a public hearing to receive public feedback. Charlie's drafted an ordinance, based on last month's discussion. Basically boils down to, prohibiting the abandonment of scooters on unauthorized property or anywhere in the city.
And I have gotten or received feedback through the process where we started out with a total ban, and there are neighbors that own private scooters. There are neighbors who enjoy using commercial scooters to get back and forth at times when they don't want to use a car. I received also feedback from neighbors who said ban them all because I don't like them getting left in the right of way, or they're in the way of my cars. My bike when I'm riding in the bike lane. So, I think this is a polarizing issue at times, and there's strong feelings on both sides. I think what we've come up with is a good compromise solution that allows commercial scooters and private scooters to be used in Rollingwood, but does not allow the abandonment of the scooters on somebody's private property or in a public right-of-way where it's going to be a nuisance. So I feel good about where we've come on this.
Well, and as we know, there's no more divisive issue than small transportation devices in Rollingwood. I do have a couple of questions for you, Charlie.
Yes, sir.
Under definitions, this is, I think, maybe a typo. Residential real property, any privately owned real property zoned as a residential.
Yeah, as residential. A should be stricken.
Yeah. Did I steal yours, Sarah? You usually do
No.
this. The next one, I just had a question under B. It is prohibited for any person to abandon, place, or leave behind any motor-assisted scooter on any public property, including but not limited to sidewalk, park, way, right-of-way. What is a way?
Just another way of saying any other thing that's in
Any
here.
other thing where
Yeah.
people move?
Just being incredibly broad and,
Gotcha.
and we can strike it if you
No,
want.
it's fine. I just was interested. More importantly, in B, stick with me for a minute. It says,
Yes, sir.
it is prohibited for any person to abandon, place, or leave behind any motor-assisted scooter, yada, 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 or on residential, real, private property within the city. So my concern is we may be catching some of those folks who Wendy mentioned. If I rent one of these scooters and ride it home and leave it in my yard, I think the word place, abandon is fine, leave behind is fine, but I'm afraid place is going to pull in and have an unintended consequence for someone who rents it, rides it home, leaves it in their own front yard.
legitimate concern.
I thought we had it where it was unauthorized private property. And we changed that wording? Because
We-
the unauthorized would,
Mm-hmm.
Would exclude it.
Sure, we could or
Or on unauthorized residential, yeah, because I may ride it to my neighbor's house.
right,
too.
and your neighbor said, yeah, park it
Yeah,
there.
park it there.
or on residential real property within the city without the authorization of the property.
There you go. That's
There we go.
Excuse me.
Do we also need to, and this may be related, but none of this in here restricts this to commercial scooters? And so if some kid rides over to a friend's house and leaves it on, not the friend's yard, but the next door neighbor's yard, and then leaves it there, you know, are they potentially gonna get fined $500 for leaving their personal scooter?
It's only the motorized scooters, so their parents will probably go after them because they're expensive.
I think that's legit.
Or
I don't
whatever.
think
Yeah.
that it would happen, but it would
I mean, it does not,
be possible.
it doesn't restrict it to just commercial scooters.
But it's less likely
Surely
that
it
private
says
scooters are
not
gonna
exceeding
be.
$500. We're not gonna fine some kid $500 for leaving it on the neighbor, right?
Well,
Hopefully not.
Well,
perhaps
hopefully
we
the
should-
neighbor won't complain.
I would assume some discretion.
Who
would come
makes
into
that
play.
decision?
The judge would
Officer.
make the decision of the fine.
But it
Or the
seems like we
jury.
should write it so that it's accurate instead of relying on, oh, but we're not gonna enforce it here.
That's fair.
What if you had somebody,
How would you fix that though?
Well, I'm not sure.
what if we had somebody abandon a scooter
Any
somewhere because they
commercial
stole
motor
it?
assisted scooter?
So
Could
this
be
isn't,
in
so
penalties?
if you change it to commercial, that means that now, anybody that owns a scooter can abandon their personal scooter in the city right away. You okay with that?
Or somebody could steal a scooter and abandon it and they couldn't get in trouble because it wasn't
'Cause it's
a
not a commercial
commercial
scooter.
scooter.
So this, if you think about it, this isn't any different than
Promoting
any other
scooter
trespass ordinance. Someone is gonna have to file a complaint in order for this to be, prosecuted in municipal court. Or a police officer's gonna have to drive by someone's home, see a scooter, not inquire about its, I mean, I'm not telling the police how to do their job, but this is just my experience with police officers and these types of things. People get warnings, or they inquire as to, you know, the issue that, why was this left here? It's my and we're gonna need, you know, a witness, and it'd have to go through the court process, and by the time the odds of something like that happening as just described are so slim in my mind that I think you're really getting down into the weeds with respect to potential problems associated with this regulation. Now, I do agree that we need to add the except, you know, as, you know, the that unless otherwise authorized language that we just discussed. Strike the A, because that's, no matter how many times you read something, it doesn't come out right. The other thing I'd point out that needs to be done that I just noticed and I thought we had fixed is where it says at the very bottom, it says section 32-143 penalties. That should actually be 32-169. So that's just a typographical error change.
On the heels
We-
of that, I had a question on, what is the violation of 32-116?
So I don't know. Essentially, this is in here because originally the penalties section was in section 32-143. So all we're doing is moving it. Now this new section is 32-143, and we're moving the old 32-143 to 32-169. So this isn't new language. It's just put in a new place in your code. That's already, that language that you see right there,
That 32-116 is already there?
it's already there.
Okay,
It's already existing language in your code. We're just moving it from one place to another.
which is why it got new.
Yes, which is why it's underlined, because it's moved.
Okay.
I guess technically I could have just underlined the penalties provision or the new number, but, so I apologize for any confusion, but we're just moving it.
So are all the fines properly listed in here? Because we have $500 in two places and $200 someplace else and $250 in another place.
So apparently, at some point in time, there were particular areas of the code that didn't, of this particular code, that didn't have a specific fine associated with it. And so all this section does is say, if there isn't a specific penalty associated with a violation, it is this amount. You have the ability to go up to $500 because that's what you're authorized to do by the Texas Local Government Code. And so when this was drafted, we just drafted it to include a violation that allows for a penalty up to the maximum amount of $500.
So it'd be
If
like
you were
if
to-
there's a repeat violator and the judge keeps seeing them do the same thing, he has the discretion of finding him.
All fines are set at a range, and then depending upon whether or not the person chooses a jury trial or a trial in front of the judge, either the judge has the discretion to impose that penalty or the jury has the discretion to impose that penalty, anywhere in that range.
Except that, right here, it says that a violation is a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of up to $200.
Right,
It's
but it's,
already-
but it
that
says,
section's
I know,
already in the
I know,
code.
it's already in the code, that's what I'm saying, that is already in existence. And this says, except as per, so it's already in article, whatever article this is. Article 5 is small personal transportation devices. And it's, you already have lots of regulations in Article 5 currently, from 32-1-39, 1-40, 1-41, 1-42, and then 143 is your penalties. Currently it says, except as otherwise expressly provided in this article, any violation of this article is a Class C misdemeanor punishable by a fine of up to $200. A violation of 32-1-6 is a Class C misdemeanor punishable with a fine of up to $200. So somewhere along the line, and none of these have specific violations associated with them. In this particular one, we included a fine of up to $500, which is consistent with the language because the language says, except as expressly otherwise provided in this article, this particular section is going to have a very specific fine associated with it, up to $500. If you choose not to do that, you can take it out, and then the fine would be up to $200. Did that make sense?
Confusing.
No?
I understand the confusion on that one. That it is confusing now that I'm trying to understand.
So we have an
Well,
article that's,
Because I thought all this stuff that's underlined is being changed.
That's
no,
existing.
it is.
It's being moved.
So that's the confusion. That section is being changed, but it's only being changed from being moved from one section to another section.
But it's there. It's
that's-
just being
It's
moved.
there, it's just being moved. And again, that should say 32-169 in that code. It should say 32-169. Currently in that article, Article 5, I don't know if we can pull it up, it'd be easier to describe. Currently in Article 5, 32-143 is the very last section, and that's the penalty section. Well, I prefer to have the penalty section at the end of the article. So we're making the new regulations, section 32-143. And then we're moving the penalty section from 32-143 down to 32-169. That language currently exists. We're just moving it to a different section.
So are there other violations that these penalties apply to?
Yes,
Other
there
than-
are. There
Okay.
are.
I
There
think
are
that's the
multiple.
confusion then, because it
It's definitely
seems like this is all just talking about
It does,
scooters,
right,
and then
but-
your numbers don't match, and, okay.
It's this section, the scooters were just, if we pull this up, you'll see
You'll see.
that the scooters are just a portion of the entire section.
It deals with golf carts, it deals with, well, I guess golf carts is the main thing that it deals with under that section. And it also deals with pocket bikes and mini motorbikes.
Okay. So moving this part has nothing to do with the
Has
scooters.
nothing to do with the motorized scooters.
And is in here because we're
Because
doing other things.
that's correct, that requires us to move it.
So if 143 is currently the last section,
Now it's one, that's why I said there's a typo in that ordinance.
no, I heard you. But if if this is a new section that we're adding, the scooters, are we adding more stuff in there to go from 143 to 169?
No, we're not.
So it's just a random big gap in the number system.
Yes, all the other numbers are reserved
Okay.
under the ordinance. If we can go to it.
That's right, it's up there.
So if you go down, see what it says 32-144 through 32-169 is reserved. So we're taking one of those reserved numbers and put the penalty at the very end, so we don't have to go through this again. We'll never have to move the penalty section again.
I like that.
Well, that's how I think it should have been done to begin with, because when I did this, I knew that
Now I get
it was
it.
gonna create these types of questions.
Okay.
I'm trying to fix multiple
you're-
things with one regulatory change that y'all wanted to do. And I apologize
Yes,
for missing
but-
the 143. I just looked at it 50 times and just missed that it didn't get changed.
Okay.
I get it. Thank you for explaining.
So, yes, some explanation that we're doing more than one thing at the same time would make it more clear when you're trying to figure out what's going on.
I move to
understand.
adopt an ordinance amending the city's code of ordinances, chapter 32, article 5, small transportation vehicles, to prohibiting the abandonment of motor-assisted scooters, providing for a penalty of up to $500 per day for a violation of this ordinance, providing for severability and an effective date to include technical corrections as instructed to the council.
Which we just heard and we will put in.
I would like to second it, and I also would like to recognize that we have a visitor here, Aaron Norwood. He's an 8th grader at St. Andrew's Episcopal School, and he is here because he's interested in local governance, and he's adopted a project about scooters. And he contacted me to ask some questions, and he's here at our meeting tonight, so I just wanted to thank him for coming.
Watching the
sausage
be made.
Yeah,
You can step to the podium and ask any questions you have.
yeah,
Or not.
Or not.
Go for it.
yeah.
Take a good one.
So you said that they would lead them not in a private not a private. Where would like users have to like lead them to avoid causing like a big issue or like a fine? Like where would like the place be to like lead them?
So if a resident were to bring a commercial scooter or their own scooter into Rollingwood, they could leave it on their own property, their own private property, or any property where the owner of the property is given authorization. But no public streets or right-of-ways.
So I watched your I think it was one of the live streams that you guys had, and you were talking about how you deal with dockless bikes in Rollingwood, and how did you deal with dockless bikes, and is that gonna like affect how you guys are gonna deal with dockless scooters?
It will not affect how we deal with dockless scooters. It's a brand new ordinance we're putting in to address the motorized scooters, but the dockless bikes, we are gonna have some permits for those and specific places where those can be parked within the city. So they will be treated differently.
And one of the reasons the difference between the two, because the bikes are a little bit more adept at handling the hills in Rollingwood. So there's fewer safety concerns with the bikes as opposed to the scooters.
Did you guys take a poll for this in any way?
We just took one. Or we're about to. No,
Well,
we
to
did
answer your question there, I don't know if you heard earlier, but I asked for clarification on how many times we've had a public hearing. So the idea with the public hearing is for us to draw the attention of the community as best we can on this issue, and if they feel it's an issue that it's worth discussing, then ideally they'll come and express those thoughts to us. And so I know the city council has done a great job in this instance of bringing the issue forward at least 3 times for the public. So that's kind of the equivalent of a polling, kind of our equivalent of a polling, I suppose.
We also started with a total prohibition, and we've kind of worked our way to a different approach, which is really more focused on the abandonment. So you can't leave them places where no one's going to come get them.
Well, you guys kind of answered all my questions, so.
What are your thoughts on it?
I don't exactly know. I live in the Westlake area, so I mean, I don't. There's pros and cons of this, so I don't
There
exactly
are.
know.
Good luck on your paper.
Good job.
Okay, council, you have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's go for the vote then, guys. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And thanks again. Okay. We will move on to, guys, I'm going to also encourage everybody to, hopefully you've done your homework, so we can tighten this meeting up a little bit. Open public hearing, discussion and possible action to amend the city's code of ordinances, section 32-116, parking by permit only. Special events to include trail of lights and blues on the green. Do we have any, the public hearing's open at 8:01. Do we have anyone signed up? No one signed up. Is there anybody here that wants to speak on that? Okay, then I will close the public hearing at 8:02 and open it up to the dais for discussion. Council?
Mayor, I'll give a little context about this. This was requested to be placed on the agenda based on the recent Trail of Lights incident, and some of the complaints were that parking was creating a problem in Rollingwood for the Trail of Lights event. And so the current ordinance specifically lists Austin city limits as prohibiting parking or parking by permit only in the city. The ordinance does say that you could restrict parking by resolution, but we wanted to have it on here to see if you wanted to completely add to the ordinance parking by permit only for Trail of Lights and for Blues on the Green.
So what does it mean, parking by resolution? Can a police officer actually enforce on a resolution? If we
Say
said,
that again? The answer to that question is no, it's not, there's no crime committed if it's not adopted by ordinance.
okay.
So you can't go to municipal court and those types of things.
So the only
If
way
that
to
was the question.
enforce no parking during other special events would be to have add them into the ordinance.
That is correct.
I know that the Trail of Lights this year was the incident
Catalyst
that
for all of this.
boiled this up, so I think it's good to have on the books so we can enforce.
Yeah, we still have to make the decision to put the signs out, do it, so we wouldn't have to do it even if the ordinance was changed that would allow it to be possible.
And we've been putting
But-
the signs out just as a deterrent, but this gives us, if we put the signs out and people choose to park anyway, then the police can cite them.
Gives us the ability to enforce. And to that, Chief, do you have any thoughts on, our PD's capacity to enforce parking restrictions throughout the Trail of Lights? Obviously, that's
Right. So
holiday time, and then Blues on the Greens, or Blues on the Green rather is.
I've yet to experience the
Wednesday.
Blues on the Greens. I
So-
had the pleasure of the Trail of Lights. So basically, the city over time has devised the scheme that they use for the ACL, and it's very effective. So I think there could be some value in a similar ordinance to deal with, say, the Trail of Lights. Some of the issue, though, with the Trail of Lights wasn't strictly parking. It was the through traffic. Because with ACL, it's a drop-off point. They're in and they're out.
So I don't know that that would mitigate completely all of the issues we've seen. I think the city leadership team took some very concrete steps that I think helped. But that, you know, you could have an ordinance that's enforceable, and if we don't see a problem, we don't have to put the signage out and enforce it. It's just kind of something in your back pocket if you need it, would be the
So you
suggestion.
think this would be helpful then, for you guys to do your job, kind of, I suppose? This is a helpful tool, is what I'm getting at.
I think it could be
Okay.
a helpful tool in a whole toolbox of different tools for dealing with these events.
Perfect, thank you.
And for the no parking to be enforceable, is the rule we have to put the signs out 72 hours prior? Or what is the requirement? I believe there was some requirement for,
Yeah.
maybe
So-
Charlie knows.
Charlie, just to give you, to recap that, the question was, for this ordinance, if this ordinance is adopted, to be enforceable, signage has to be put up with how much notice? Prior notice, or just?
As soon as the signs are up, it's enforceable.
It's enforceable. Okay, so there's not like a 72 hour hold period? Or
No, no.
Okay.
You just couldn't put a sign up in a car that was already parked.
Right, yeah, we couldn't do that.
Yeah, that does, yeah.
Thanks for the
Seems a little bad
clarification.
faith. Sure. So no waiting period. You can start enforcing the day of.
And we have the Rollingwood parking passes, but we hand out guest parking for ACL. So if we did find that we needed to have more enforcement, we could go the next steps. We just have it on the books, so we can put the signs out and enforce.
I mean, the only thing I would offer there, council, is just bear in mind that, you know, enforcement and going that route, that's an administrative cost and burden. Not to suggest that they are huge burdens in and of themselves, but just please bear that in mind as well.
I move to amend the city's code of ordinances, section 32-116, parking by permit only special events to include Trail of Lights and Blues on the Green.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion, council? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, council.
So we will have an ordinance
Brought
update
forward.
brought back.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, now we have presentation, discussion and possible action on presentation of the fiscal year 2018 to 2019 audit by ABIP PC.
Good evening. My name is Janet Pittman. I'm with ABIP. We did your audit for the fiscal year in 2019. I think you have the document in front of you. And thank you for having me here to go over the results of that audit. Your audit opinion is what we call an unmodified opinion. It is the best opinion that you can get. And it basically says we did not make any modifications to your financial statements, and they are presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, and that you can find on page 2. On page 5 is your management discussion and analysis. It is really meant for non-financial users of the financial statement to be able to read through it, and it's a comparative analysis between fiscal year 2018 and 2019. And I was just going to go through a couple of the numbers on the tables that are in this document. On page 7 is your statement of net position for your governmental activities and your business type activities. Your governmental activities are your general fund, your debt service, and all your smaller special revenue funds. And your business type activities are your water and your wastewater funds. So they're collapsed all into one column here. And you can see that your current and other assets in both governmental activities and the business activities did increase this year. Most of that is cash that's in that number 1.6 and the 1.4. And the reason you had an increase in your cash this year is you did have a small increase in your property tax revenue and also your sales tax revenue. The business type activities, your water sales increased from this year versus last year. So you had a nice increase in your cash. And the liabilities, you can see your long-term liabilities in the governmental activities increased quite a bit this year. Most of that is due to your pension liability went up a bunch this year. Went from 34,000, I think, to 464,000. So that was a pretty large increase. The number that we like to kind of focus on is your unrestricted net position down in the bottom. And you can see that both for the governmental activities and the business activities that it did increase. And all of your numbers are positive down there, and that's also a good point. On the next page, page 8, is your change in net position, which is like an income statement. And you can see that it's comparative again from this year versus last year. So you can see the change actually in the property taxes and the sales tax and the governmental activities. And in the business type activities, you can see the increase there from 1.8 to $2 million. Along with that, your expenses stay fairly consistent in the governmental activities, 2.5 this year versus 2.4 last year. The largest increase was in your streets department, and that's due to some projects that you had in that function. You had some drainage projects, you had some street signing, I believe is what it was, and also some tree trimming. So that increased it. Obviously, those expenses were not there last year, and they are this year. In your wastewater fund, you did have a sharp increase in expenses from 1.2 to 1.4. Most of that is due to a contribution that you had to make to do your bond refunding. So your bond issue costs went up was 173,000, and we'll talk about the savings on the other side of that when we get there. Also, the increase in the pension liability in the business type activity funds caused an increase in the expenses this year. That being said, your change in net position for both your governmental activities and your business type activities, there was an increase.
Before you.
Sure.
What was the long-term liability on pensions? Did you say from 34 to 400?
Yes. It's actually, I was going to talk about that. It's on page 15. You don't have last year's numbers here, but the net pension liability is a long-term liability. It's a little lower than halfway through the page. So you can see that this year it was 464,000. Last year it was 30,892. Again, those are actuary numbers that are calculated by the state, the TMRS actuaries. Everybody's went up.
That much?
That much. They've gone up a lot. I think some of the investment earnings were a little lower than what they anticipated, so it drives up your liability. There's 10 pages in the notes that explain it all. Any other questions on that? If not, we'll move to page 18, which these are your funds broken down. So you have your general fund and your debt service fund. Those are major funds, what we call major funds, and that is just a mathematical calculation of whether you get to be presented in your own fund or if you get collapsed into other non-major governmental funds. And so we've got the general fund, the debt service, and your others. And there is a schedule back in the back, starts on page 59, that breaks down that column. It's your court technology, your court security, your street maintenance, and your drainage fund. that's in that column. What we like to focus on is the unassigned fund balance in the general fund, because that's what you have to spend on ongoing operations of the city. And you've got a very healthy fund balance. You've got 6 months worth of operating expenses in that number, the 1.123. Last year it was 748,000, and it was 4 months. So we recommend anywhere between 4 and 6 months. So you're right on target a little bit. It's a very healthy fund balance. On page 22 and 23, this is your business type activities that we talked about, your water and your wastewater fund. These are broken out separately on these 2 pages. The water fund is doing quite well. The wastewater fund has a deficit fund balance, so we need to kind of work on that and see if we can get that into a positive number. We also had a restatement of net position in that fund. There was a land survey done for a wastewater project in 2018, so there was an expense that should have been in last year's. We didn't catch it. It's in this year's. So we did a little restatement of your beginning fund balance. Any questions about that? Beginning on page 27 are your funds, are your notes to your financial statements. Again, this is just additional information on some of the numbers that we've been talking about. Not going to go through all the notes. On page 31, I did want to bring to your attention at the bottom of the page, as part of our audit, we do make sure that you're in compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act, and we did find that you were in compliance with that. And one of the things we need to disclose is that your funds have been fully collateralized during the year. So that's something we look at when we do our audit, to make sure you've got the collateralization in case the bank fails. Starting on page 37 to page 46 is all of the information that you would want to read about the pension plan and all of the actuary assumptions and whatnot. At the bottom of page 46, you did issue a bond refund this year. You refunded your 2012 Series B. You saved quite a bit of money when you did that. You had a savings of $2.6 million of cash. So that's good savings.
Well done, Council.
On page 51, we are required to disclose your budget to actual in the general fund. Again, that's your operating fund for the city. So your total revenues, you budgeted a little bit less than what you collected, $13,128 over budget, which is good. And then your expenditures you kept down, and they were below what you actually spent. You budgeted 2.4, you spent 2.1. So there was a savings of $362,000 there. The only other thing is on page 59 and 60. Those are where if you wanted to look at a specific one of the smaller funds that we talked about, that's where you would go for that information. And that's all I have unless somebody has some questions.
Council's a lot to take in. I'm sure you've already started. Do you have any questions? No. Going once, going twice. Can we reserve the opportunity to ask you questions later?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I would like to take this time just to thank Abel. He gets all this information ready for us, and also Amber. It would be hard to do the audit if they didn't get the information. Yeah. So thank you, Abel.
Good job.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Guys, council, it's on you guys to take action to accept the annual financial report for the fiscal year 2018-2019 as audited by ABIP.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion, council. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, council. Thanks again. Have a good night. Next up, we have discussion and possible action on the presentation of the final infrastructure improvements plan by K. Freeze and Associates. And Joe's the man of the hour.
Well,
You want anything
that
for
remains to be seen, Mayor. My name is Joe Cantalupo, and I work for K. Freeze and Associates. Caroline LaFollette is with me this evening. And when we were here in October, we presented a draft report. And there were a couple of comments that council made to us, and one of them was, did we, the issue of Atlas 14 came up, right? And so we went back and we thought through how to address Atlas 14, and what we decided to do was put a contingency on it, and we reworked the math. And one of the big things you'll notice, if you looked at the report that we sent, was that the cost went up from about $15 million, well, not about, over 15 million to 19, which is a ton of money. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that why it's so expensive. We built in a very, very hefty contingency to all the projects, so 35%. The other is that we added 10% on top of everything, at least the construction portion of it, to deal with Atlas 14, and the report explains that. But I was sitting there going through everything to make sure that if we got any questions, and the big project, the $6 million project, and I'm embarrassed to tell you this, but I have to, there was a math error in the spreadsheet that's very, very hard to find. And what we wound up doing was we wound up doubling the construction costs, so that $6-point-something million cost is actually a lot lower, and I just didn't have a chance to go through the math.
So that's, just for clarification, that's line M?
That's line M, so.
And when you say there's a miscalculation, can you tell us what that
It's a
number should
spreadsheet
be?
error, so.
Yeah, can you tell us, so 6.8 is too high?
Yes, luckily.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll agree with that. Do you have an estimate on what the number should be?
So.
Do you know that yet?
If I had caught it 20 minutes ago instead of 2 minutes ago, I would have been able to do the math real fast. But it's, if we took the 335, I would say probably comes down between $1.5 million and $2 million because of the contingency.
It comes down.
It comes down.
To $1 million, or it comes
No,
down
it
$1
comes,
million?
I'm sorry, probably between
Not
$1.5 million
quite
and $2 million.
Okay.
It comes down, so it'd probably be about $4 or $5 million.
So that's still pretty hefty.
It is, and remember that particular project is a project that groups 3 projects together.
Sure.
And that is, I don't know, by some argument, perhaps the biggest problem, drainage issue, facing the city.
This is the one, for context, that's kind of the epicenter of a 108-acre drainage basin?
I would say yes. Epicenter, yeah, I think that's a great way to describe it. And there's no easy solution to it. It really involves putting closed drainage in a very, challenging area. And the other thing about the cost estimates is that we use a cost estimating method that we use for everything, so they're very, very high level, and they just assume not the worst of everything, but those estimates are always made on the high side until you get into detailed design system.
Sure.
So
the downside of that process tends to be the contractor bidding this out. Find a way to rise to the challenge, if you will.
You wouldn't bid out against this, and that's the other point in the report, is that this is a very it's sort of a big picture system wide look at the drainage issues in the city. And so the cost estimates are generated using rules of thumb, right?
Okay.
So it is likely that the design costs may come down. Right of way, environmental I mean, all that needs to be determined, because we don't know, right, if the city is gonna use its own funds, seek outside funds, and if those funds happen to be for some federal source, some grant program, you know, you might have to do a different environmental process than you would have to locally. So we just assume sort of the highest level of engineering, planning, coordination, and environmental. And that's really, you know, one of the big points of the study is that, you know, you tackle this, we gave you a big picture view of what the challenges are facing the city, and an upward sort of assessment of cost, but you're really not gonna get the truly, you know, accurate costs until you go and you tackle these one by one. So, you know, but the issue is, you know, we were here in October, we went back and we scrubbed it, we waited to get on the agenda. The issue is that I found that one error, and I can't stand up here this evening and suggest that you guys approve it, because I've got to go back now and make sure that, you know, that there's no more spreadsheet error. I suspect that it was just in the way someone, you know, maybe collapsed the rows or combined rows, and I scanned it real fast, the other estimates, and I didn't see it, but we made a mistake, and I do not want to rely on my, now it's 4 minutes ago that I found the error, to tell you guys to go ahead and sort of like trust us, and I'll work on the math and you can approve it, and we'll do it later. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I'd rather you all just let us go away, go through the math one more time. The basis of the cost estimates, we believe is very sound. We had several engineers work up the estimates and check them. But when we put the package together, there was, like I said, a spreadsheet error that we didn't catch.
I appreciate you, well, first of all, catching that. The sticker shock is still going to be sticker shocky.
Yes, it is.
But that's certainly good. I'll tell you what, certainly happy from our standpoint to have, let you guys come back with, you know, confirmed numbers. With regard to that, though, is there anything now that you guys want to talk in high-level talking points aside from just the actual price tag? I know we've covered a lot of this previously, and I'm assuming a lot of that hasn't changed. So I guess really, with regards to Atlas 14, is really kind of the last, is maybe pivot from the last time you guys were here in October. Is that a fair statement? Is there anything there specifically, maybe a little color on why that specifically increased our numbers?
Well, there's a couple of things, if I may, Mayor and Council. One is that we won't wait until next month. We'll scrub the numbers, get everything to the city administrator so you guys can have it in whatever way she gets you information between meetings, and so you can go through it in detail. And we'll do that as quickly as we can. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, we were asked, you know, can you just incorporate the rainfall data for Atlas 14? And what we wrote in the final report is an explanation as to why Rollingwood, really any community, just shouldn't say, let's apply the rainfall data. It's a little bit more complicated.
Okay.
And so that is why we added the 10% contingency. And that 10% is a little bit, you know, it's a little bit of art, a little bit of science. We had gone through a similar exercise when Travis County started its bond program, and then Atlas 14 hit, and they said, well, what's the impact going to be? So that is based on a little bit of art, and it's based on a little bit of science. So that's with regard to Atlas 14. The recommendation in the report is if council, you know, if the city decides at some point to tackle these either group by group or one by one, is that when the designers get their hands on them, they will look at that detailed Atlas 14 data and tell you whether or not that 10%, you know, whether you're a little bit low or a little bit high. And actually, our experience, again, in Travis County, right, you know, right here in Travis County, that, you know, the city could relate to, our experience is that, that as they started their bond projects, that the designers went out and looked at the very specific impacts of Atlas 14, and in some cases, of course, you can expect it was you know, it's proving out to be sort of a mixed bag. The other point about the costs is that, you know, going back to the contingency, is that, you know, that is based on our experience and what Travis County does. Again, you know, your neighbor or your host, however you guys look at it. But it's a very, very high contingency. And we believe that it's pretty healthy because there's still a lot of things about the city that we couldn't get to as part of this. For example, and we've talked about this before, the challenges associated with like knowing where easements are on the right of way are, right? That is a massive undertaking, and that is something that'll probably get done project by project.
Right.
So there's things like that that led us to take the most conservative in terms of aiming high estimates with regard to costs and contingencies and things like that. So, you know, those are the sort of the big picture things. Is there anything else I should have mentioned? But I really do apologize for that error, and we will go back and just make sure that there was nothing else that was calculated incorrectly.
I have a question, and maybe somebody can help me remember if I'm remembering this correctly. Didn't we have some discussion with Kay Freese about the study that City of Austin was doing with the watershed, Dry Creek area as it came into Rollingwood, because we're going into Town Lake and we were going to get some of that information as part of this?
Yeah, so I do recall I don't think there was a definitive commitment that we would be able to get the information, but I think you guys were gonna explore the opportunity to
Did
see if
y'all
that.
do any outreach on that to see what sort of?
I actually brought that up. I don't know if that's being confused at all, but
Okay.
it's something I'm waiting on feedback from Flood Pro. Apparently they are doing a study on the Eames watershed. I don't know, that might be what you're recollecting.
Way back when, even before we got involved in this, another one of our engineers had talked about the possibility of coordinating an effort with the city and Rollingwood and your neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
That is with the results of, and I think the city just went on and did that. That's not reflected in this.
Okay.
But one of the things we do mention in the report, which is again wasn't part of the scope, was that there are some of the projects that would take water into the lake that need to be better coordinated and figured out with the city of Austin. Like under what circumstance would they take it? What hoops would you have to jump through and all of that?
That help?
So we don't know anything is the answer then?
No, so at least from our point of view, that whatever is going on with the city, you know, was not necessarily incorporated into this.
Okay, but perhaps something that Jay's gonna be able to fill in some information for us then.
Is it going to have an impact on us, Jay? I don't.
Jay Campbell, LMV. I understand that the city is currently doing a study on the Eames watershed, and when they're done, I believe what they learn, they will submit to FEMA, and that could result into a floodplain change for the city. And whether or not they incorporate the Atlas 14, I don't know. I'm waiting to get information back from the city. They haven't been very responsive, but I've been trying to rattle that cage a little bit, and I don't have good information yet, but I hope to soon. But I know that they are studying the watershed, and we should have a new floodplain delineated sometime soon in the near future, and it will be reported to FEMA and eventually put on the FEMA maps.
And that's really another reason why, in the report, we recommended the route of a contingency, other than saying just adopt the rainfall data, because you can't really just adopt the rainfall data without looking at the impacts on the floodways and on the mapping. So there's an order, and that's explained in a little bit more detail in the report.
And the report also speaks to possibly looking at some ordinances that the city council can pass that we'll be discussing later tonight that could possibly help prevent people from building in the floodplain. So that's, I think, a helpful tool.
I think one of the things we've learned, maybe all of us, is that you know, the drainage issues for such a relatively geographically small community are extremely complicated, and some of them are gonna take a lot of effort and a lot of money to solve. And you know, only the city will decide whether or not it's, you know, how to approach the allocation of the money, and the effort. But yes, as Amber mentioned, you know, some of what you could do to maybe not worsen the problem over time, there may be some things that you can consider from a land use point of view that would help as property continues to be redeveloped to not worsen the problem.
So, just to go back to the first question, so if the city of Austin is studying Eanes Creek, and then they're gonna come up with a new floodplain, or that goes to FEMA, and then FEMA uses the information from city of Austin's study to give the city of Rollingwood a new floodplain based on their study?
That's my understanding.
So, we don't have that information yet,
No.
that's coming.
No, and you guys are stitched, and I'm probably gonna, and I don't say the word wade, I'm not trying to create a pun on purpose, but I don't wanna wade into something I shouldn't to, but you guys, you're stitched to the city, so that was, again, another reason that we recommended just not making a quick decision about LS 14, because it's a lot more complicated, and it really involves what happens with the city of Austin. So, yes, Councilmember, generally, right, cities studying their floodplain because they wanna look at, or they're studying the basin because they wanna look at the impacts of how the basin's changed, including the impact of the new data, and that's gonna turn into a change in the mapping, and then the mapping will cause everyone who's, you know, involved in sort of regulating things in that floodplain, that flood area, to maybe make or not make changes.
Just
You know, not every study of every basin based on new data results in an increase in the size of the floodway. Although around here it has been.
Just to be clear as well, right? We're using Austin, but in fact, development in Westlake Hills will necessarily have an impact on us, just like our development would necessarily have an impact. Not so much on Westlake Hills, we're generally downstream from them, but certainly on the city of Austin. And I don't know that FEMA necessarily, correct me if I'm wrong, but FEMA is not necessarily studying on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis. They're not going to deliver Rollingwood's floodplain map. They're going to develop a floodplain map that applies to watersheds generally. And then we, as whatever jurisdiction, we are artificially laying, as far as they're concerned, our lines over whatever topography that impacts their recommendations. Is that a fair understanding?
Well,
Okay.
right, but we were told the study was happening a year ago, so that's why I thought maybe by this point we would have, so it's just, you know, I think it's an important issue to keep an eye on, because it really does affect our Bee Caves water crossing.
Sure.
With Dry Creek and the development along our business corridor, so.
Well, and you're right, it's like trying to shoot at a moving target, right? I mean, if you, not you, right, the royal you, waited for every study to be completed, you'd probably never move forward with any action, because there's always something else that comes along. But also, those drainage, those basin studies, and the reworking of the flood maps through FEMA, that can be a long process. I don't know, maybe Jay knows, FEMA's not started sort of the outreach or the comment period on maps yet, right?
No.
Right, and that can take some time.
I don't know that FEMA's even received the information.
Right, exactly.
So the comment period wouldn't be triggered right
I mean,
until.
we just had a change less than a month ago, and for example, that one involved about four little tributaries off of Town Lake, you know, and that was it. So to answer your question, they do look at individual watershed basins or tributaries or creeks or whatever, but then they piece it all together and take everything into consideration. I mean, the whole thing's modeled,
Right.
it all works together, but
When you say the whole thing's modeled, it's not modeled by.
they outsource. So
Not by. It's modeled by watershed, which is
Right.
topography. not necessarily a jurisdiction, not necessarily a city limits or county lines or those kind of things, right? Okay. I guess the big takeaway there is, generally speaking, there's a comment period or something for the public, so we would know before.
There's gonna be a process,
Okay.
I'm not,
And I believe the map would come back to you all to be voted on and adopted
I'm not sure.
officially, if it is changed.
So certainly something to keep their eye on. For the sake of time, council, is there anything, turning our attention specifically back to the report, aside from the numbers as we've discussed, that we can talk to K-Freeze about this evening? Is there anything else?
What is your definition of inlet? See your infrastructure map, and you have the blue dots for inlets.
I think those are generally like a curved inlet, like where
The
water
water
would
just
go
go
into
into the drainage system.
Like storm drain.
If you grew up in New York City, you'd call it a sewer.
Okay.
So,
I just see some that I know there isn't what I would consider an inlet, and I was just wondering what the definition was.
Carolyn, correct me, but they're not all necessarily like what you would see, say, in more urbanized areas.
Right, they could also be ends of culverts.
They could be ends of culvert,
Okay.
Where you
exactly.
were marking it.
Okay.
So I don't, they're not necessarily like the steel grates you'd see, right? They're just places where water enters a system.
Okay.
And wait,
Very broad definition.
So I've got a couple questions, if we're taking questions.
Yep, please.
Okay, so Atlas 14 or not really just determines what frequency and duration storm, or what the rainfall is that you use for the design storm. And so is there a regulatory requirement, or is it an industry standard, or just a best practice or whatever for what, I'm assuming this is probably what, 24-hour, 25-year storm? Is that what you usually design to?
It's type 3 SCS 24-hour storm.
So what's the return frequency? So it was like 25-year storm?
Oh, this was the 100-year.
Okay,
Yes, that's what we modeled for this one.
okay. And when you're figuring out what the flow is for the drainage basin, how did you determine the impervious cover in the area?
I did not create the model, so I would have to go back and check.
they, and I may not be the one to properly explain it, those factors that they based on, those factors they use based on, I think, level of development. So I'd have to go back and talk to the modeler, so I'd give you the best answer, but
So
there
it's
are impervious
so it's a
covers
generic
factors.
number, and it's not anything where you went around and figured out
Correct.
in
No,
Rollingwood,
exactly, yes,
this
that-
house
that-
is 25%, and this one's 30, and this
Correct.
one's
So
40, and this,
citywide.
Those factors are based on some, area-wide or some, broadly applied, standard or factor. They're not, it wasn't
but
based on.
not actual data.
No, it wasn't us driving around saying, okay, this house, is a half an acre and a half of it is covered by stuff. No,
Okay.
Like a level of development.
right,
So when we're fully developed, but it's changing, there's no accounting for the fact that fully developed 10, 15 years ago we were still fully developed, and now we're fully developed, but it's way different than what it was back then. So there's no accounting for that
It
change.
potentially, right? It depends on the factor that you guys, what
where you're taking your average, how you're acquiring your average for your model. And what you're saying is you don't know where that specific number for your you have to go and talk to your modeler to find out where that specific number came from. Is
Well,
that fair?
but I think if I understand the question correctly, right, as you guys continue to develop or redevelop, like how quickly do the factors catch up, right?
Or, I mean,
And I can't answer that right
a
now.
way I would look at that is, I guess really what I think we're trying to get at over here is, what percentage are you guys using in the model with regard to impervious coverage? And then, I don't know, maybe somebody on our city side is gonna go around and do a very specific measurement of, 0.8 of a square mile and tell us how much exactly of impervious coverage we currently have. I don't know. So, but I guess one of the questions that maybe is being hit at now is do we feel that the number that was used in the model was reasonable with regard to current development and then potentially future development? And in
Well-
truth, it's a fair number to understand, just so that we can understand where things might go in the city in 10, 15, 20 years kind of thing. So.
Well, because there's a recommendation in here that says it would be prudent to establish a maximum allowable impervious cover percentage for residential land use.
Right, which would give us that number we were needing.
Well, but if we don't know what we have or what this was based on,
Right.
how do we come up with what number we should pick if we were to go that route?
Right, it's a point well taken. And actually, it's we'll go back and we'll talk to the modeler and make sure that we understand how that factor was determined and what goes into it. So we can at least explain how you'd go about selecting that number.
And it looks like, I didn't go through all the projects in detail, but it looks like that the solutions that have been proposed for most of these projects were installation of underground storm sewers.
Well, the really big one, yeah.
Yes, there are a lot of storm sewers.
There are.
Was there any consideration given to alternatives to, like above ground?
Like sort of parallel above ground conveyance?
Well, yeah, so like
Yeah,
channels, something that doesn't involve the cost of the concrete
Right.
and digging up the streets and, burying all of that. I mean,
We didn't, I would say that we didn't do a sort of a direct cost benefit analysis, but generally above ground, like sort of parallel drainage takes up a lot of room. And I think the impacts, part of the challenge, and we talked about it, was not really knowing what the right of way was and what the easements were, but you'd have to go, you'd take a lot more room. The benefit of burying storm sewer is that it usually takes a lot less room. Not usually, it does. And if you do above
Right.
ground, you're just gonna be all over, the impacts to property could potentially be a lot greater.
also
much
has a
greater.
fixed capacity. So if you exceed the rainfall that it's designed for, it's still gonna go over land, right?
Right, it's designed to a certain frequency, so.
Yeah, so we can still have, if you get, a 500-year storm, we're still gonna have water flowing over, and with Atlas 14, the 500-year storm is now gonna be a 100-year storm, right? And so,
Yeah, but there are lots of communities that make the decision to only design to a certain level.
right,
Right.
but that's what I'm saying, whatever we pick to design to, you can have a storm that's gonna be bigger than that, and so we're still gonna have overland flow.
Right.
So I just was curious if underground storm sewer was the only option that was considered for solutions for most of these projects.
Well, one thing we talked about in the report a bit, and we mentioned, is that without knowing the easements, we don't know exactly where there are drainage ways where we could put channels. And so what we tried to do is contain the flow to the streets and take it underground. And so what we were trying to do was take it off private property and be considered in our estimate, saying this would be a costly project because, as far as we know, it needs to go underground because there's no other place for it to go. So it could be that when, on a project by project basis,
You do the alternative.
yeah, you look at the easements, you find, oh, we can use this overland channel and therefore it'll be less expensive.
Okay. But the storm sewers would then all be installed in the street predominantly and not on private property?
Well, the assumption is that they'd be installed in right of way. The challenge is,
Okay.
right, is that we're not sure about the availability of right of way. And if you don't have the right of, you'd have to get it, but obtaining the right of way would have less impact, you know, to go underground would have less impact than if you stayed above ground generally. So you wouldn't, I mean, we would not recommend, I don't think we would, that you'd install storm sewer on private property. As a matter of fact, right, another assumption in the report is that, assumption recommendation is that, you know, the city maybe take some time to go and make sure that it has easements for areas where, you know, storm water is being conveyed.
Right, I was just driving home, and one of the projects is the Wallace to Rockaway Cove. And there was a whole lot of underground storm sewer piping proposed. There are already inlets there and some underground piping, but the channel right there on that section of Wallace between Hatley and Rockaway Cove is through people's front yards, and there are culverts under driveways, and then an inlet on somebody's property that goes under the street and down into a pipe. I'm just looking there, it's like that's where the water is already going, there's already inlets there. If you're gonna connect to that, that's going through their front yard. If you were to put there, I was just looking at all the trees that would be in the path. If you were to put the storm sewer where the water's already going and where there's already existing pipes that are being connected to it, there's a whole lot of trees in that, big oak trees in the path also for trying to.
The storm sewer was outside of the road. There are trees there.
Well, right now, the water goes through their front yards. And so,
Storm sewer went where the channel was, then there would be
right,
trees in the way.
lots of trees in the path. So that's why I was just curious where the location typically would be for that.
They're typically in the street.
Okay.
And I think at that particular location, part of the challenge is that there are upstream improvements, and so then there is a lot of water coming towards that area, and that channel would no longer be sufficient to contain the flow, and so it would need to go underground.
Okay.
If all of the upstream things.
Yeah, that's the hound that had the cement bags, right, that were keeping the water on.
Right. Well, which was then directing it around the street, and then it was missing the inlet, and then it was going down people's driveways and into their garage, which is why the concrete bags were taken out so that it could go back where it had been designed to go.
Just to be clear, the concrete bags were taken out because they were obstructing the city's drainage easement. Just to be clear. And I think what you've indicated is certainly, these are great points, but again, for the sake of this, you know, this is I don't want to say a 30,000 foot view of our problem, but because I think it's a little more focused than that. But what it does is it gives us a regional understanding of the projects that we are to address or considering addressing. A lot of what you've just pointed out is kind of a magnitude of impact and what kind of community do we want to be. Is it a situation where controlling drainage through this area may have a negative impact on, you know, our tree canopy? Okay, well now we can have
actual discussion backed up by data as to whether or not that's a decision as a community we want to make, right? Do we want to design for a 100-year flood, 500-year, or 20,000-year flood, right? We can now have that, we can now start to have that discussion. And if the answer comes back, well, yeah, we know we need to do something here, great. We now have a foundation to start digging into exactly what you're talking about, just to get into a very specific area where we can say, okay, what are our options here? Do we have an opportunity with existing drainage easements? Do we have an opportunity to enter, excuse me, the right-of-way where we're not having such an impact on private property owners? Is this a situation where we do need to move the infrastructure and consider keeping it in the public thoroughfare through the streets to minimize damage to our canopies and other potential values and aesthetics, right? So that's, I understand absolutely everything you're saying, and it's very, very valid. It's just there's so many what-ifs right now with what's presented. I mean, we could literally be going through this for hours on this.
And Mayor, if I may, I think the value of the study, right, and the mayor explained it a lot better than maybe I was, is that you have a much better idea of what the drainage issues are citywide. I think you have a much better idea as to what it's going to take to correct them. Not necessarily that when they get tackled individually or in, you know, the groups who suggested that there might not be an alternative or a different way that can be, you know, maybe further sought when you do them one by one, and you have an idea of the order they can be tackled in, and you have an idea of what it's going to take financially to get them going.
Right.
And remember, those cost estimates, you know, the unit costs and how they came together, you know, that was done with very high level, you know, for the effort that we had, cost estimation techniques. When you get into it, some of them may come down, some of them may stay the same, some of them may go up, and then when you launch like very detailed design and actually planning into each one of these, I think that's going to be the opportunity to explore whether or not there's another way to do it. But as the mayor pointed out, all those things are going to come with decisions that council will have to make as to what level do you want to try and fix this stuff.
Right.
Right? And
Well, I was just trying to understand what the basis is of what you presented, because if we don't know what the basis is, we don't know what we have to work with.
it's a
You
great
know,
que-
what
it's a great
changes that
question.
we can make
Yeah.
and what refinements are available, and, you know, what policy decisions do we want to
and it's absolutely
come up with, so.
It's absolutely a great question, but you know, we'll come back whenever you all think it's appropriate and when we've double checked the math. But I would not expect that there's going to be a wholesale change in, you know, at least these high level costs. But again, I hope, you know, the value is that you sort of now have a much better idea as to the order of magnitude of some of the issues facing. You have an idea of what order they should be approached in, and you know, in a couple of days, a week or so, you'll have a more accurate idea of what the costs are estimated to be. And one more time, I apologize for not having caught that math error sooner.
Well, you caught it before we published it, so thank you for that.
That's Joe Cantalupo, always in the nick of time, at the worst possible moment. Thanks for understanding and for your patience.
Council, do we have any other thoughts, questions, comments? K-Freeze, very much appreciate your time. Look forward to seeing the revised numbers.
Well, thank you all very much.
Council inclined to take any action at this point? Nope.
To fund it all, or what?
I'm sorry, say again?
To fund it all, or what?
Oh, right, just right out of the gate? Sure, why not?
Good.
I tell you what, it'll make a story. All right, thank you again.
No,
I
thank you.
appreciate the time this evening. All right, we will move along to the consent agenda.
When you get it updated with the numbers, will you get us a revised?
Oh, we will.
So we're not looking at.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll and we're gonna do that, we're not gonna wait a month, we'll get it as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So I'll call it the consent agenda. It's items 10 through 14.
I move to
I'd like
approve
to-
the consent agenda.
Before you do that, I'd like to kick off 13, and then you can make your motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda, but take 13 off.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. We'll call up item 13, discussion of possible action to formalize an engagement with Bickerstaff Heath Delgado Acosta LLP for representation in matters concerning MOPAC South.
I'm probably fine with this. I just thought it warranted a little discussion.
Sure. Big picture wise, obviously, MOPAC South conversation has come back in to the equation. We have talked with Bickerstaff Heath Delgado and Acosta with regards to making sure that as certain timelines for public comment and any deadlines for us to provide our feedback, basically make sure that we're ready to meet those, as well as to make sure that we have council that is apprised of the city's position and the issues at hand ahead of that critical period where we do have to make or provide for some comment if we choose to.
Okay.
We do have MOPAC and BCAVES in an agenda item later on for the update.
Am I fine with doing this? You'll keep an eye on cost as we go.
Yeah, yes, I've actually had a discussion with them on cost. We've budgeted, obviously.
We've got a
Yep.
decent budget for it.
My intention here
Do that
is,
quickly with Bickerstaff.
and what we've expressed to council is an expectation to we're only going to engage you when we need you, and it's again, we just want to make sure that we have. I don't anticipate needing needing the ammunition, so to speak, but just in case we ever did, we have a relationship with a solid group of attorneys.
I move to formalize an engagement with Bickerstaff Heath Delgado Acosta LLP for representation on matters concerning MOPAC South.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Conversation, discussion, council. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Call up the regular agenda now, and we've got discussion and possible action on appeal of a requirement and determination by the city engineer in connection with an application for a building permit pursuant to section 103-232 F stormwater detention at 4824 Timberline Drive.
Good evening, council. I hope my drainage request is a little simpler than Kate Freeze and Associates. I'm Stephen Ferguson. I'm the property owner at 4824 Timberline Drive. Looking to build a single-family residence there. After completing the drainage study and working with the city, it was determined that we needed a stormwater retention pond in the rear of the property, requesting that we are allowed to move the detention wall to the rear property line instead of the 10-foot setback, to give us usable space within the backyard of the property, to provide us to landscape the property accordingly. There's already a small wall that exists across half of the property line that's owned by the neighbour behind. So essentially we would just be continuing that. Per the drainage engineering, we have a 30-foot spillway. Everything appears to make sense. Obviously I will let Jay speak to that. I'm sure you guys will ask him, but essentially that's what that's what I'm here to ask for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
So is this the moat issue?
You beat me to the.
I have the moat.
Yeah.
We have to say moat if it's a moat. Call a moat a moat. I move, let's see. Let me go back to the top. I move to approve the application in connection with a building permit pursuant to section 103-323F stormwater detention at 4824 Timberline Drive to approve the plans submitted to the city engineer.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion, council?
Can we ask Jay some questions? So what backs up to so this will be discharging onto somebody else's property?
That's correct.
And
Yeah.
what backs up to that property?
I believe it's a commercial property, is it not?
It backs up to Grove, I want to say it's Grove Court, perhaps?
I don't know the owner and I don't know the use actually, but I know that it's a commercial lot and the actual next building over is, I don't know,
Significantly.
yeah, a couple hundred feet or something like this. So I don't have an answer for you on the usage.
So we don't have any idea of how this will impact the property that it's being discharged onto?
Honestly, when I look at these, I look at what impacts are going to be at the property line. And with this kind of pond, they're putting in a 30-foot spillway and it's spreading out the flow. They're returning it into a manner to which it was before they did their improvements. A 30-foot spillway is a pretty adequate way of returning it back to sheet flow. So I don't anticipate any impacts beyond the property line.
So it's not a matter of the drainage not being adequate, it's just a matter of it is in the setback.
Correct.
Instead of being outside of the
Correct. The way
setback.
I like to state it is,
The mode.
it's not a drainage concern, it's more of a city policy.
Yeah.
So,
But is that gonna be is it a utility easement or?
my understanding is that there is a 5-foot PUE along the back property line not being used. My understanding is also that you can use a PUE for drainage. If somebody came in the future, for example, 10, 20 years from now, and they decided to put in underground electric, that detention wall that would be in the PUE would possibly be removed, or could be removed, and it would be the owner's responsibility to move it. So it's a risk, I believe, but I see no reason not to allow it. My understanding is drainage should be allowed in the PUEs, and there's nothing in there today, so I don't see any reason not to allow it.
Okay. I guess my concern would be constructing something in the utility easement that can be taken out without the consent of the owner, because it's in an
Understood.
easement.
Understood.
And then there's no control over the drainage for the person downstream from them,
Yeah, I understand that.
until it's
Yeah,
replaced.
I respect that, for sure. Yeah, as I said, what I usually say is that, you're at risk.
Well, but who's at risk?
The owner, if they're gonna tear out the wall, the owner's gonna have to move it, or
But
replace
the
it.
person downstream is also at risk.
Well, right, they would have to replace it immediately. I mean, that is the restriction on this permit, that they have to have that pond intact. So if it does get damaged, or if it gets knocked down, it has to be replaced. Otherwise, their building permit is, from my understanding, could be reversed. I don't know, or the occupancy permit would be revoked. I don't know. I think there's a way to.
the occupancy would be
Yeah.
until the wall was replaced.
Well, but you're not gonna kick somebody out of their house, and that's not gonna help the person
Right.
down slope from the.
That same risk exists whether the wall is 10 feet back or.
What's that? Yeah, that's
The
exactly
risk exists for what you're describing, no matter where that wall lies.
And so there's already utilities serving this lot. I think it's highly probable that that PUE will never be used. It is possible, but there's already electric, gas, water, everything set up to this lot. there's nothing in the PUD today from what I've been told, so.
Is this also gonna serve as a privacy fence?
There will be a privacy fence along the back lot line, and it would, yeah, it would be probably dual purpose.
Correct, yes.
So it's the same issue exactly. You can build that fence there no matter what,
Yeah.
but we're allowing you to build that fence there and use it for detention instead of building the fence there and then coming in 10 feet and building a small moat.
Correct.
But it's not the same as what's there now, because there will be more water.
It will be a detention pond.
As long as the wall's intact. But if the wall's not intact, there's no protection for the downstream person because there's also more water being generated. So,
I believe the wall will always be intact and has to be.
well, right, but when anything is built in the utility easement, the utilities can come in and just tear it up without even saying good morning.
But that's not generally what happens. We had something built into a utility easement. The utility came in, they removed it, they fixed what they need to, and then they fixed it without cost to us and replaced it just as it was. So that's usually what a utility will do when they come in, to be good neighbors. That's been my experience at least. So I believe that having somebody build a wall, a moat, because we're not allowing the use of the wall privacy fence to be used for detention, is a issue that we probably need to finally send back to P&Z, because we have approved these one after another after another after another. They keep coming, and it's an issue that's costing people time and that we're having to discuss at the meeting over and over again. So I had a motion, there's a second, I'm ready to vote on it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Mayor, I have to recuse myself since I'm the next one.
Oh, I'm a no,
Perfect.
whatever this is.
Item 16, discussion
I've
and possible
just changed
action
my view.
on an appeal of a requirement and determination by the city engineer in connection with an application for a building permit pursuant to section 103-232F, stormwater detention at 3229 Park Hills Drive.
I'm Buck Shapiro, the owner of 3229 Park Hills Drive, and my request is to put the drainage facility in the front setback, which would discharge onto the street, not onto the neighbor. It's in compliance otherwise with all the drainage ordinance and retaining wall ordinances as far as heights. So, part of the reason it's in this spot is because it's the natural topo of the property. If you were to drive by it and look at it, and the location was picked to save trees. So
the reason that you need the appeal is because the drainage detention facility is in the setback?
correct,
Is there any utility easement there?
there is not.
Would you like to have a moat in your yard?
No, I have one at my current residence.
Oh, okay.
It's beautiful.
I move to grant the appeal of a requirement and determination by the city engineer in connection with an application for a building permit pursuant to section 103-232F, stormwater detention at 3229 Park Hills Drive, and to allow the plans submitted to be approved.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion, council.
Hey, Jay,
Jake, you're up.
got a question for you on this one too.
Yes.
So, on the letter from Blyle Engineering, it says that for the purposes of hydraulic analysis, only the increase in proposed impervious cover was accounted for in the design of the on-site stormwater detention facility.
Okay.
Seems like the detention facility should consider all the flow, because in order to keep the flows compliant with state law, where you are not increasing the rate of flow off the property,
Right, right.
you have to consider all the water that's coming off and make sure that the flow from all the water is not more than what it was before.
Mhm.
And it doesn't
Right, I-
sound like this is the basis for the
Well, I
design.
think possibly their wording could be, it could have been worded a little bit better, more clearly. I think what they're saying is that they're mitigating for the increase such that there is no increase due to the proposed improvements. And looking at their calculations, that's exactly what they've done. They've mitigated for the increase in impervious cover. So when you compare existing versus proposed, pre-development versus post-development, there is no increase in the peak rate of runoff coming from the property. And the detention system is designed to mitigate that and control the flow such that there would be no increase.
Okay, but considering all the flow, not just the flow,
Right.
because that's not what this
Again, I think
says.
I think you're getting hung up on the wording, and
Well, I am hung up on the wording because what the wording says is not.
well, all right. I checked the calcs, and the calcs clearly
Okay.
show that there, with the pond, there's no increase. And I think what their intention was is to say that they're mitigating the increased runoff due to the increase in impervious cover and controlling it, so there'd be no increase.
So is this
If-
drainage feature sufficient to control the flow so that you're not putting more water out? It's the
That's-
problem
that's
with
correct,
it is not the design, but the fact that it's in the setback.
That's correct. Yeah.
And you have looked at all the calculations.
Yeah, I did a complete review and approved it. So, other than the setback.
Sure.
Because that's a policy
Yeah.
issue.
Yep,
So setting aside the policy issue, you're
Yeah.
comfortable with the calculation?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, so what they'd have to have to look at the numbers once they move it to the front, but, you know, everything's fine, other than that.
Mayor, you ready for a vote?
If that's all the questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
Abstain.
Okay, we don't have any minimums, and we got it.
No, it's two,
Two.
there's 3 people voting, 2 approved it.
One didn't. Got it. Thank you. Item 17, discussion of possible modifications to the city's building and drainage ordinance with regard to floodplain management. Jake? Yep. Thanks, sir.
Good evening, council. Jay Campbell again with L&D. Give me just a second, I'm gonna pull up my notes. First and foremost, I think it is important to understand what the changes are gonna be, and we don't know what the changes are gonna be at this time, with Atlas 14 being incorporated and the study that City of Austin's doing. With that being said, I think the single most important thing that we consider right now to change the ordinance for flood protection would be the freeboard. And I think, as you can see, does everybody have my document in front of them, the memo? Under freeboard, section C, you can see that I've suggested a modification to the ordinance to change the residential and non-residential construction to elevate building elevations to 2 feet, the finished floor elevations to 2 feet above the base flood. Again, right now, we don't know what that base flood's gonna be when the study's done and when Atlas 14 is incorporated. Choosing to do that now, I think, provides a good measure to sort of take a proactive measure and to add that protection now. It is possible that, you know, if we want to keep it at 2 feet, you know, we may have to adjust it again in the future when those numbers come out. But I think this is a good measure that will add extra protection to the city.
Do we have it, is there any minimum now?
It's just at the base flood elevation. That's the requirement right now.
And is there a reason you chose 2 feet versus 1?
I think 2 feet is a common number, and actually, you know, like I was saying about not knowing what the future's holding with the new studies and the implementation of Atlas 14, I think it's better to do 2 feet than 1 foot, because we know the number's going to increase, and hitting that 1 foot mark, we may even surpass that possibly once the Atlas 14 is incorporated. So I think it's a good safe number right now to use.
Other municipalities are using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is a fairly common number.
Yeah.
Either people, like, I looked at Westlake Hills, I looked at Bee Cave, they use the base flood elevation. They don't have an increase. But typically when you do choose to do more stringent floodplain ordinance, you would incorporate a 2-foot. And you get more points that way. I've mentioned in here that there is, the NFIP, there is the, hold on one second, the community rating system that also saves. They have a point system that they'll keep track of, and you start scoring so high, you'll start earning reductions in your insurance for flood insurance. Right now, there's only a few homes that are actually in the floodplain right now, and there's only a couple of commercial buildings. But when that changes in the future with Atlas 14, there are going to be more homes, several more homes that end up being in the floodplain, most likely. I have a map here too. We can look at the map if you want, but there are the FEMA map currently shows the 500-year floodplain, and there are a lot of ravines that have that 500-year floodplain that stretch into the city that will likely become the 100-year floodplain.
Do we have any idea what the practical effect would, for the new construction that you're seeing? Are they applying this standard on their own, or?
I haven't seen one actually, because there's only there's not many homes along that are in the floodplain. There's some that are along Eanes Creek, but that's really it right now. And I haven't seen any developments in the last 4 years that have been affected by that. Nobody's been.
Developers are using Atlas 14 and all their regulations.
They've already rolled it in.
Yeah. 2 projects I'm working on, all Atlas 14.
So
Even though this.
we have, I'm looking at a FEMA map now, and I suspect it's accurate, but I don't know for certain.
Okay.
But it does appear that we have at least 2 tributaries dropping into the Colorado Lake.
Right.
Lake. And just a rough estimate, it appears there's at least, I don't know, maybe half a dozen homes.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a place I can hang this up, but I did bring a larger print. This is the brand new January FEMA flood map, and I think what you're referring to is going to be right over here.
Yep.
Cutting through Hadley.
Yep.
This ravine, and then this ravine as well.
Yep.
Those areas that show up in that brown color are likely to be the new 100-year floodplain.
Yep.
Once the Atlas 14 is incorporated.
So FEMA, in some publications, or I guess interpretations of FEMA data, it's actually already being displayed as 100-year.
What's that?
As I said, it's already being displayed as.
Jay, could you bring that back?
No.
So we can see
Oh,
it.
sorry. Board or something.
So where the brown is,
About a PDF.
where the brown is, I thought there was no change.
The brown is the 500-year floodplain, and the general rule of thumb is that will probably most likely be the new 100-year floodplain with the Atlas 14 incorporated. So.
Okay.
So you,
Everything
yeah, so these areas, there are homes that overlap these boundaries that will likely have to get flood insurance now.
They should
Well, some of
get it
them
now
already have
before
it.
they.
I mean, Amy says she has it already, right? She's them.
The point is that when you start putting more stringent rules into the flood ordinance, you're going to earn points with the NFIP, and you're going to be able to save. People that have to pay the flood insurance will save money by at least 5% or more, depending on how high we can get that rating.
That's the least we could do for allowing homes to have been built in the floodplains to start, right?
Right, but today,
Well,
there's
they
only
have been in
a
the
couple homes
floodplain
that can
when
probably
they were
benefit from
built.
it. It's real minimal.
I
And
mean,
so my point is that if we are gonna be proactive, I would highly suggest looking at freeboard. I think the rest of them are not nearly as important as the freeboard. Freeboard is the most important and will do the most to protect homes, and to protect, and to earn points with NFIP, so.
Do you know if is 2 feet? Just say this. That I mean, is 2 feet going to be helpful to these homes that we see are going to be impacted? Does that make a difference? Like, I guess for what I'm trying to ask is, if somebody came in here, bought one of these homes that's in this 500-year floodplain that's likely to be the new 100-year floodplain, and they had to build 2 feet higher, is that?
So for a new build, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
For the new build, if you're gonna elevate it 2 feet higher, absolutely, that's gonna add protection to the house.
Okay.
These homes that are existing, obviously, they're not gonna benefit from it.
Right.
But by implementing it into the ordinance and enforcing it, you're gonna earn points, and they can save money with the NFIP, the community rating system.
So the benefit from doing this would be to kind of put somebody that's coming in and having a custom home done, then on the notice that this is something they should consider. If it wasn't already there, hopefully it would be.
Right.
But it's also to make sure if anyone's coming in and doing a spec build, that they're not maybe cutting costs at the detriment of, future health and safety of the resident. Is that?
Right, correct, yeah. So,
So
that
base flood elevation is the
100-year.
100-year flood.
1%. So the suggestion there is to add 2 feet to the residential and non-residential construction. I did note in this memo that we address a 2-year freeboard for commercial, and that's shown in chapter 107, the zoning section. So that is already enforced for commercial, which is a good measure. And this, I think that would also be more consistent if we do adjust the residential, non-residential to match the commercial. So that being said, I don't necessarily want to go into much detail, or I could if there's any questions on the rest of them. I'll touch base with them real quick, but the access is going to be a more stringent ordinance for access to properties, so that any walkways, driveways, roadways are going to be at least at the base flood elevation. Compensatory storage is just making sure that there's no impact. That's generally already enforced, but it's not in writing. But it's basically saying that, if you're going to build something in the floodplain, that you mitigate for it such that there be no increase or no adverse effect to surrounding properties. Fill standards, very similar. If you're going to put any fill in the floodplain, you have to mitigate for it and create better measurement practices that will protect the creek and not have any adverse effects to neighboring properties. And other than that, I did put a potential suggestion for the drainage criteria manual to put in some freeboard for the detention pond design, but that's that's not regional. That's really just for residential development, and just put that in there for consideration. But I don't think that will have a huge impact or benefit for the entire city. It may help some, but it's not going to be a huge benefit. So. If there's any questions.
So is fill in the floodplain allowed now?
Yes, it would be if someone wants to go through the measure of doing a hydrologic and hydraulic study to determine or to analyze it and show that there's no impact. That can be done, and that's kind of what was done with Rollingwood Center. They did work in the floodplain, and they built those walls in the floodplain, but they showed no impact, and they got FEMA approval. So it is possible, but it's painstaking, and it's a long process. But I can't see that a resident would want to do that, but commercial property, that happens.
Council, we aren't necessarily looking for action tonight, just direction. If you would like staff to draw up an ordinance for your consideration at the next meeting, or no ordinances, or
I'm fine with this.
We haven't had any properties that have had this, and we already have it in the zoning that it's supposed to be 2 feet above.
For commercial, yeah.
Oh, for commercial, but not for residential.
Right now the rules implemented for commercial only, with the 2-foot freeboard.
Okay, I'm fine with
Yeah.
that. If you add that.
I think it's something we can do on the front end to try to get ahead of some of the problems that we see down the road, so.
so the freeboard ordinance is something you would like to see back in
And that's just a building ordinance, it's not a zoning change, right?
right. Okay, we will work on that.
Okay,
Thanks, Jay.
thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Am I needed for anything else?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks, Jay. Discussion and possible, all right, tell you what, guys, we have the chief here, and let's go ahead and get him moved up if we can. I'm gonna call up item 20 if there's no, Discord there, discussion and possible action, Rollingwood Police Department compensation study. So, just for context, one of the big tasks for the chief coming in is to obviously take a pretty close look at how we're compensating our officers to make sure that we're competitive with neighboring jurisdictions. And the chief has put together a phenomenal report, I guess, in study in that regard that I hope actually serves as a template for any number of items brought to the council. Chief?
So basically, what I began doing was to compare salaries of other regional law enforcement entities, as well as look at some of the market factors and some of the issues unique to both small agencies as well as to Rollingwood itself, and kind of see where it is we fit in sort of the market. What I did was I provided graphs for both a new start officer, a 5-year officer, and an 8-year officer, just and put us roughly to show you exactly kind of where we fit in based on those other entities, as well as providing an average. If you look at the graphs on the bottom, I also, if one were to consider Austin an outlier, we did the averaging with and without the number without Austin. We look at some of the benefits of our neighboring jurisdictions, and based on some of these factors, salary, facilities, some of the different issues, I came up with some various recommendations for the council to consider. And then of course I also incorporated a proposed salary scale that would get us closer to our nearest competitor and make us more competitive in the market. You know, basically, it's tough times in law enforcement in terms of hiring and recruiting, and I think in particular for our region, you know, if you were to take an agency our size in West Texas or in you know, somewhere that's not surrounded by Austin, you know, that it could be slightly different, or it could be quite a bit different in terms of some of the factors that are working against us. But here, I mean, we're competing with not only the entities that I used for comparison, but there's the Sheriff's Department, Williamson County, Travis County, multiple constables' offices for each county with, you know, these are 9-to-5 jobs with take-home cars. And being that we're in Austin, I mean, the Inspector General's office, the State Controller's office, all these other entities you might not think of all have law enforcement officers. So there's a host of, it's very dense in terms of law enforcement entities in our region. And while there's a nationwide sort of challenges in recruiting and retention, I think it's even more so here in sort of our metropolitan area. So, does anyone have any questions or comments for me?
We had the opportunity to meet with you, Sarah and I did, so I don't want to take a lot of time to ask my questions since we had the opportunity to, but I want to throw my support behind. You did a really excellent job presenting the information, and I really appreciate the time you took to do thorough research and have real concrete factual information down for us to make decisions on. And then when I was able to meet with the officers when I first started as personnel liaison, what you're recommending in the step pay is what they all wanted. That's what they saw as a disparity in something that every other department offers that we don't. And the reason why we lose officers when they flatten out and they don't have the opportunity to increase to the next level in pay for a long time after they receive a certain level of certification. So.
Correct. Yeah, and it's not a radical concept. I mean, it's kind of the industry standard. So the system our officers are operating under is, to say that the least, it's novel and unique. I've never experienced that where your pay raise is contingent on your TCOL certification. And it's not just because I'm from Corpus. It's not common, as you can see, in the region at all. That's typically treated as a step pay or an incentive pay, but it's not the basis for someone being able to move up in their pay raises. So, you know, a prospective applicant to a police department will be able to look at, and most of these are, not all of them, but most of these are on the websites for these pay scales for these different agencies, and I mean, you can pretty much look up and see where you'll be in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. So, I mean, we're greatly disadvantaged in our system currently, and so, again, my recommendation is that we move towards a more industry standard pay scale with, you know, increments.
So I'll go. I see your point here, and I'm totally in agreement and appreciate what you put together. What I struggle with is not the goal of doing what you're trying to do. What I struggle with is our police department budget is currently 40% of our total budget. That's a lot.
Correct, but it's, I mean, regardless of the city, your public safety is typically going to be the lion's share of any municipal budget.
It is, but when we're trying to balance other priorities like we saw tonight, so I'm not saying that I'm not supportive of what we're doing here. I'm saying look creatively at how to keep those other costs for the department down, and the lion's share should be your labor cost.
Yeah, pretty much salaries.
And we've had some big expenditures in your department the previous 2 years, and I keep thinking that we're gonna be done with some of those big expenditures, and maybe we are. But I guess where I'm coming from a budget perspective is, while I'm fully supportive of what we're trying to do, if we look up in 5 or 10 years and we've moved from 40% of overall budget to PD to 45 to 50 to 60%, that's not sustainable.
I would agree. And if I could add a little bit of color to that, I understand exactly where you're coming from. And to that point, that is why it's critically important for us as a city. What you just hit the nail on the head. It's unsustainable. What we're doing right now, regardless as to whether we're talking about the PD or any number of other items, it's unsustainable if we don't start talking in real terms and start making real changes to how we're collecting revenues. And you got a couple of options there. You can start making intelligent investments in your commercial zone, or you can start talking about increases in taxes. And I don't think any of us like the latter option. But to Chief's point, we're going to continue getting hit with additional costs. If we're spending the first 3 years of bringing an officer in, training them up, and they're recognizing that we go from, as the graph seemed to demonstrate, from a 50th type percentile competitively, and we start dropping down to, second to last within the 5-year mark. That makes it really, really tough for retention. That said, the officers that we have retained probably speaks really, really highly of their commitment to our community. So I think, to your point, the challenge maybe isn't necessarily should not be entirely on the chief. It needs to be on this city council and the community at large to start figuring out ways to keep up with this. Because the truth of the matter is, life here isn't getting any cheaper.
I think we also need to consider the cost of not doing this. And not just, the retention, not having an adequate police force, having to pay overtime and not have coverage, the potential for the increase in crime. That's huge.
Yeah.
And to me, a strong police force is one of the biggest assets of this city.
Yeah, I think you raise a great point, because when you're talking about dollars and cents, I don't know how you quantify uncovered shifts. There's no dollar amount on that. That's just a lack of safety.
Right.
So we're trying to get away. The more turnover we have, the more those occasions present themselves. So we're trying to stabilize our personnel and have our attrition at a lower rate.
All the municipalities around us are more attractive. We're coming in at the right level for a starting officer, right?
Correct.
That's great, but then
We're very competitive in the entry level.
at about 3 years, they're like, Westlake's gonna go and poach it because they're gonna have better, even before 3 years, right? Because they're gonna have better step pay and
They're better right off the bat, but we're competitive, with a number of agencies that surround us or that are in close proximity to us. But again, every year, our officers go behind every year because there's not a step pay increase.
I like how you put these graphs together where you can see what a new officer is getting paid in our area right away, then the 5-year, then the 8-year, and then you start to really see the disparity of what it looks like.
There's a bunch of issues though. You look at Round Rock, Cedar Park, Pflugerville, those people are going to be living closer to their communities to where they work than they are here. So there's less commute time. I would say this is one issue that I get hammered by most of the neighbors, is why are we not at full staff? And I explain it to them, and they all are 100% for us increasing their taxes to be fully staffed and have 24/7 coverage, because it's like their number one priority is safety here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everybody is realizing with everything that's going on downtown, it's only going to get worse in this neighborhood.
And that's a great point. And when you look at
But I do, with that said, Gavin makes a really good point about
Yeah, and I don't
where's
disagree
the
with that.
where's the
And we can adopt
threshold
an 8% rollback rate, and I'll make you $113,000.
We
So
don't have an 8% rollback rate anymore.
Yeah.
I understand, but just an 8% increase. But it's still, the dollar amounts are not enough to, so I'm great with it. I'm just saying, you know, the amount of money that's there, divvy it up however you want.
And TCAD, if
And
they're
then-
not going to reappraise, we miss out on that additional funding.
I think you gave us an idea of if we were to implement this today, what it looks like on the bottom line. Could you kind of talk us through?
Right, so there's on,
Page
I had,
18.
Abel costed out, yes, on page 18. And that's, keeping in mind, that's if we started everyone at step one. There was some discussion that was had that, you know, certain individuals have been in their current rank for some time. Would it not be better to put them in that scale where they would fit? So this just took into consideration everyone starting at the very first step, and it does not incorporate any sort of step pays if we were going to look at other things, Spanish language pays or TICO pays aside from that. So this was just strictly base salary, and we were looking in the neighborhood of $55,000. And of course, that number would go up every year because, you know, they would be increasing in their steps. So it's something that would have to be budgeted for, but, you know, our competition isn't a small town, our same population in West Texas. It's Westlake and all the surrounding agencies that are providing these salaries and these benefits to the guys they're backing up and working with as
If
equals.
it's between a couple $1,000 pay raise every year, or training a new officer and buying a new uniform and onboarding and all of the things and expenses of having turnover.
And losing the knowledge of the community and the personal relationships with the residents and all of that, which is worth a lot.
If this was not the norm, that would be one thing, but this is the norm and we are the outliers. So we obviously need to start budgeting.
I'm not against y'all, I'm just saying. You got
Yeah.
40%
So what does this
budget.
look
How
like?
do you want?
So what does this look like over a 10-year
I'm not
period?
arguing.
Yeah.
So if it's going to be 50, if we were to adopt this, it's going to be $55,000 more this year. What does it look like next year, the year after that? Like, I know
Right.
that number's hard because staff can change and the level people are at, but is it going to end up being in 3 years 150, or is it going to be 60 or 65?
Yeah, I
I mean,
didn't.
I think that's something we got to
And
know.
that would be prudent. I didn't run all the scenarios
Yeah,
because
yeah.
this is the first time I'm presenting this, and so I was kind of dipping my toe in the water. But certainly the cost will go up every year.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
out years that always worry me.
Yep.
It's the out years.
And sorry. go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's not
Full
today,
disclosure.
it's 5 years from now.
This doesn't also take into account your impact on TMRS, which will go up, the taxes.
It does, ma'am. Just the first year though. So so what we looked at was the salary for the first year would be 31,000, and then the payroll taxes and the TMRS contribution would be an additional 23. But that also will go up every year as well, accordingly. And then anytime there's overtime, anytime there's any sort of incentive pays, you know, there's a TMRS obligation by the city for that as well. So there's a lot of numbers to be crunched to give you those kinds of answers, which you do need to make good decisions. You know, this was just to give you kind of an overview and to show you where we are and where I think we need to be, and we can.
So let me ask this question: in your opinion, you've been here for a while. How many full-time equivalents do you feel like you need to take care of business?
That's a great question. The mayor's asked me that more than once. I'm hesitant to increase our FTEs, at least in terms of sworn personnel at this time, because I haven't seen us fully staffed yet.
That wasn't the direction I was going.
Yeah, I think that, you know, that would just be me guessing or being wishful. I want to see how we operate when I'm fully staffed and see if that's sufficient. And then if I ever come to you and ask for an additional officer, it's going to be because I have experience when we're fully staffed and you know, what kind of shortcomings I'm still finding as I analyze that, and I'm not at that point yet.
Chief, one of the things that's in that vein that you and I spitballed, most departments have a civilian employee handling some level of admin work. Right now, Rollingwood PD does not have that. Might that be a way, or I guess we discussed that it might be a way to help our officers actually get back to you know, duties that couldn't be delegated to a civilian otherwise?
Yes, sir, and that would be my first recommendation before I would probably ask for an officer, because you'd have somebody that would actually be taking care of many of the administrative duties that my officers are doing now at a lesser, you know, they don't have to be sworn, they don't have to be peace officers, they can work at a lesser salary and take care of
That's the kind of outside the box I'm talking about. That's the kind of managing your budget, managing your expenses that I'm talking about. Like, if you can do something like that and not have to have someone in blue behind the desk pushing paper.
Absolutely. And I mean, when you think about it, right now we have no civilian personnel. So when, you know, when we're having to do open records requests, when we're having to file documents, when we're having to produce reports to the state, when we're having to purchase uniforms, I mean, just that's the officers doing it. So, you know, we could free them up, and that, you know, I term that as a force multiplier. With a civilian employee, you're basically freeing up those officers to focus more on, you know, the patrol, community
That's
policing.
what everybody wants is patrol.
Right.
Absolutely.
That's what everybody's frustration right now is nobody sees enough patrolling. That's the complaint I get almost every single day.
But they have to do the paperwork and.
No, I know. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not getting mad at him.
No,
Right.
I know.
Because I understand.
And I share that. My
we've
concern
talked
is
about it, 'cause
why
I
we
have
see
to-
so many cars parked
Yeah.
at the station. Why, and then
Yeah.
I go and my guys are all,
Oh,
they
no.
are all doing stuff. They're record keeping and they're
100%
things
so.
that have to be done,
That's
state
right.
mandates in many cases,
And
because
Chief,
I don't have a staff.
are you getting the truck?
I am not getting a truck. I'm getting a Explorer.
So you cut to a cheaper vehicle?
It is a cheaper vehicle, except for the fact that I
More
upgraded it.
affordable.
I upgraded it to an all-wheel drive. We do not currently have that capability in the fleet. Going forward, I probably won't buy any more, but I thought we should have one, given, you know, icy roads or different conditions we may encounter. It'd be nice to have one vehicle we know we could get in. But it's a smaller vehicle. And of course, you guys see police cars all over your travels. I mean, that is the norm, is the Ford Explorer, the Police Interceptor. So I believe that's going to be a better vehicle. We did have some issues also with a lot of minor accidents driving some of these bigger vehicles through some of the narrow streets we had. So I think it'll be a beneficial in that regard, and there may be some fuel savings as well. But this particular model I ordered was an all-wheel drive. If I have the opportunity to order subsequent vehicles, they would still be Ford Explorers. They just wouldn't be all-wheel drive, and then we'd realize some savings in that regard. I didn't feel a pickup truck was appropriate for what we needed, especially since, you know, I just went to Jackie Bob and got the spare keys to the truck they got. If we ever needed a last minute set up barricades or do anything, I didn't feel we needed to buy a truck just for that purpose.
So we have a city vehicle that
Correct.
could be used. So I appreciate that you are finding ways to save budget in your department, and I know that you even came up with other ideas in our meeting that we probably don't need to talk about here, just of having ways to fund other officers in the future that would help the city not to have to cover all those costs. So I think the out-of-the-box thinking is happening.
Great.
The only other thing I would suggest, guys, you know, Gavin really hit the nail again on the head. If you adopt policies like this to be competitive, and as a community, we're saying that we do want this kind of spend in the police force and the police service that we expect is a certain level. It's incumbent on us as the decision makers and incumbent on the community to be educated and understand that we have to pay for that somehow, right? And so you have to be able to commit to, this is a good, everybody can agree with this, everybody can feel good and fuzzy about this, but this has implications, right? And I think that's what Gavin was really hitting at. You've got to figure out a way to pay for these things, and you've got to commit to it.
I think we would have far less pushback from the community on paying higher salaries to keep good police officers than we will on a lot of the other things that we have spent money on lately. So.
I would not disagree with that. It's the difficulty is trying to help the community understand that a lot of these things are interconnected.
And it's balanced. The streets look great today.
Yep.
But we go to 60% and then we cut back on streets and all of a sudden streets don't look good. Then they're upset about.
Sure.
But it's
I
also
was gonna say something else, but now that I'm recorded, I have to.
That's exactly what keeps us all employed, though, right? If we could just fix everything once and leave it, then there would be no need for us.
So
Let it fly.
it sounds like maybe that, is there some more information that you would like to see come back before we
No,
take
I'm
action
good.
on
I'm just
it?
telling y'all I'm gonna hold everybody's feet to the fire in 5 years, so
Right.
I'm good. Great for tonight.
I'll tell you what I would recommend. There are a couple of additional scenarios that we probably should run to fully vet this, so that we really do have an understanding of what the future impact looks like. So if we're talking in terms of 5 and 8 years, let's maybe do a little extra level of forecasting on what 5 and 8 years looks like at our.
How did you come up with 8 over 10? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I read the report, and the
Boom.
graphs are at 5 and 8.
Could we also
Just throwing that out there.
Sorry.
I probably could have said that a little gentler, but it wasn't arbitrary.
Could we
Sorry,
also
I have
get
other things.
an idea of what it would cost us to look at the officers who maybe haven't recently been promoted into a position, and what the difference between starting them at the first year compared to where they really are in an equitable way, just so that we have that conversation ready if we're looking at implementing it. We know whether or not we want to start them at the beginning or give them the level of years that they already have.
Time and rank.
Hey, just
It's
for
two
a
officers.
clarification, on page 15 of your report, it has like P1, C1, S1, L1, all these steps, and it goes to 10, not 8.
So 15 is the.
Just making sure the mayor's aware of that.
That's Westlake.
Whatever,
Look,
that's
Westlake. That's
Wrong one.
not Rollingwood. So.
Yeah. Now I'm all tongue-tied. Page 15 represents Westlake Hills
Yeah.
last fiscal year. So I don't know that
No,
this is even
actually,
permanent.
ours goes to step 6
Or 7.
or 7,
Or 7.
and some back to 6.
And
But-
there was reasoning behind that, right, Chief? That you kind of cut out, like the Westlake
So,
Hills
yeah,
does it a
I'm
little
sorry.
different.
So, and that's because I've had these conversations a lot. So when you look at Westlakes, there's a lot on here, but say you're a 5-year patrol officer, and you get promoted to corporal, they're not going to start you at a lower pay. So, I didn't feel it was necessary to have as large a scale, because you're going to promote. You're going to be plugged into the next highest slot you were at, and I don't like the idea of a subordinate making more money than an officer above them. To me, that's a bad personnel management. Not to say a lower employee couldn't make more with overtime and other pays like that, but in terms of your base pay, I mean, the whole point of when you get promoted is to enjoy an increase in salary. So I cut out a lot of what I thought was superfluous. I don't think they're ever going to start a corporal at 59. So I just didn't put those in my scale. And so you get to your maximum quicker, but you still don't go to their maximum. For example, their patrol officer can go to 75,000. I mean, I didn't propose going that high. Just trying to be a little more conservative. So that's the reason they have far more steps. So when you look at my proposed, I cut out, as you get more senior, I cut out some steps, because at that point you've already been in law enforcement a number of years. Are you really going to have to go another 10 years to max out? I think that's kind of disingenuous. So that was the reason I crafted it as I did. But certainly, I mean, there's always a great deal of subjectivity involved in this, and you know, there's lots of room to have discussions, to frame it different ways, but I just wanted to give you an idea of kind of based on the region where I saw a scale that would make us more competitive.
All right.
So just out of curiosity, because this also helps understand what the implications are, number of officers in each category.
Right, so
So clearly, we have one chief and only one assistant chief, but how many other officers could fill the sergeant, corporal, and officer of the 9 that we have
I think
authorized?
to be responsibly fiscally, you would need, if you'd need ordinances that define, you know, and that's my experience in Corpus. The chief of police can't say, I'm gonna make a new captain. There's so many captains, there's so many lieutenants and so many senior officers. So that's one budgetary tool that would help them. You know, currently we have 2 corporals, 1 sergeant, 1 number 2 assistant chief. It would be my recommendation that we don't increase those. We don't have somebody else come on and we're gonna make him a 3rd corporal, because now that it's already kind of hard to budget because you don't know who's coming and going and what their salaries are gonna be, but you know your possible ranges when you know how many of each rank.
Right.
And
Well, that's why I was wondering if
that would be
we had some kind of limit on the number in each rank.
I can have a limit because that's my choice, but I think it might be instructive to make it mandated how many slots you have.
Is that in the police policy manual that we would do that, or?
My experience in Corpus was it was actually it was legislated. And then, so the chief can fill openings, but he can't make a new assistant chief without going to the council. He can't make a new captain. He can't do those kinds of things. And that just, you know, and then you have the fire department and all these other entities. So he's got the number of personnel. He has an authorized strength. So.
And right now ours just says 9.
Ours is 9, and I would, you know, while I'm here, I don't foresee having more than 2 corporals, more than 1 sergeant. I mean, we're just a small agency, but I don't know that there's anything that would prevent me or somebody following me from doing that. So that's a great point. I think that's something that could be codified.
And we lost our lieutenant position because we upgraded that to an assistant chief, right?
Correct, but regardless of what we call that position, it's their second in command, whether we call it a lieutenant, a captain, an assistant chief.
Right,
But I
okay.
think we made that a salaried employee as opposed to what the position before.
And I guess all of these look like they're salary, but they're actually hourly.
Correct, except for the assistant chief.
But they're like, we're just seeing the big number there and not the breakdown of what it is actually hourly for.
No, and I can add all that.
And that's like 40 hours, so.
Yeah, that's an easy step.
But that's base salary, no overtime, right? I mean,
No
so
overtime,
the equivalent of 40 hours a week.
No, that's not counting, you know, shift differential, weekend pay, you know, any other incentive pays that we're gonna include to be competitive. So that's just strictly base. I tried to keep everything the base salary when we were looking at the charts and the base pays. So it can be more apples to apples, if you will.
Hey, Chief, because I know you just got tons of time on your hands, would you also mind if we were putting graphs together to show us visually what we would look like if we did adopt your recommended pay scale?
Isn't that what we got?
I believe we did that.
Isn't that the,
You asked for that the other day.
what is on the dais?
Oh, that's on the dais. Got it. Thank you.
It's not
It's
marked.
not part of the
It's
original.
not marked,
Yeah,
but
thank
it
you.
looks like
Sorry.
that's
Requested
based on
after.
No,
proposed.
perfect. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So do we want to get more information before we take action, or do we?
Yeah.
Okay, so come back with that stuff.
And I don't want any of my comments to be taken wrong. I think this is great. And this is what we pay you to figure out how to do and do well, and I think you do a great job at it. So I'm good. But I also think it's not fair to not set an expectation for you when we sit back down for budget time next time. You know, that it's only fair that I say, if we sit down at budget time next time, you say, well, I need 15% more for my department. That's where we will have a much more awkward conversation than having that discussion now. So I'm good.
Right.
If you didn't talk about the budget, we would all be
Yeah, you'd
shocked.
think something was wrong.
Right.
So.
So,
We'd know
thank you
something
for
was wrong.
keeping us on track with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is that, you know, not only is public safety expensive, it's getting more expensive because we're getting more mandates on us, you know, when it comes to cameras and, I mean, technology's expensive and, you know, these are things that the legislatures don't care that you're a 9-officer department, you know, if they think you need to report these things or you need these kinds of devices or what have you, I mean, that's kind of just the way it's going. So I can't, you know, the costs are never going to go down. They're only going to go up.
Gotcha.
And at the end of the day, if you just want to just keep our department exactly the same and not increase anything, costs still have to go up because the cost of fuel goes up, the cost of paper we use. I mean, you know, costs are always going to go up.
And hard dollars will always go up.
Absolutely.
It's the percentage that I'm looking at. So.
But I think you're looking at a level of such disparity with, at least in terms of our salary, that, you know, there's an area we need to get to, and the longer we wait, the further behind we're going to fall.
Totally agree. I've thought we needed to be more at these levels for a while.
We'll have the conversation later about all of our staff members.
It's all a balance. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
all right.
Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, council, so we're not taking action there yet, right? Waiting for additional information, so we'll move on. Anybody else we gotta get out of here? Okay, so we'll call it item 18, discussion and possible action on the off-leash area rules. Sorry, Amber, you
Sure.
got us teed up for this.
These are the rules that were submitted. I believe they wrote them during the park commission meeting and then submitted them in handwriting to Ashley. She typed them up for them, tried to confirm that that's what they approved, did not receive a response back, and so that's what you have in front of you.
So I'm confused. What's the 8 rules that we should adopt versus the 4 rules that we're going to tell people about?
Well, we're not including do not let your dog mount other dogs in the 4 things that we're gonna tell people about.
Okay.
I mean, is that for real? Sorry. That's so ridiculous. I don't know how I noticed that out of all of
I was going to
this.
say, that was a quick side-by-side you did there.
Closely monitor unneutered males.
Like a minute-by-minute
I
monitoring.
mean, Gavin, you're an expert in this area. Please let me know how you're going to do this.
Mine was a legitimate question. What is the difference between the 8 versus the 4?
That is a difference. Those are not included in the 4.
Okay, let me rephrase it. If we adopt the 8, does that go in some magical place that we refer people to?
Right, those will be the rules on file.
Like, so if I violate
It'll have your phone
one that I
number
didn't
and
know
you'll
about on the
explain.
sign,
It's just
what do I? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know about
What I mean,
the dog mounting rule. I don't
was there
understand.
was there included any conversation on enforcement or penalties associated with the rules, or is that kind of left? And they are proposing that we codify this as a city ordinance, or as a signage.
I guess
Is
that's
there- Yeah, is there some kind of context to that?
So I guess the 4 are the ones that they want codified.
The 4 are the ones they want on the sign.
on the sign. They
The
want
4
it all.
secret ones, we don't know where they're going to go.
And, I mean, some of these rules, I mean, we actually have, you know, I'm looking at number 5 on the top of the, you know, the first secret rule, if you will. I mean, that's already we already have a city ordinance requiring you to clean up after your
Yeah.
dog. We
Looks like the
tend not to
4
enforce it.
The 4 non-secret rules are going to be codified. And there will be 4 additional.
How do you
secret
know if a
rules.
dog is contagious? Just curious, like if it has a cold or something.
That's where the following sentence is. That's where you got that. Got it.
I mean, is this like a Saturday Night Live sketch?
You wrote this out?
I wrote it.
Are you joking with us, or this is
She's like, I
Is
am
this-
a scribe, nothing more.
okay? I'm trying to figure
I'm
out
but a
if this is
scribe.
late night humor for us. Is it possible for
Can we just
For us
get
to
some
have-
more clarification from the park commission before we try
I'm
and
up for
do
any and
anything
all
with
this.
this?
Let's just
I'm
punt this.
confused
I
about
don't know. I mean, is this for real or is this like, did y'all know the meeting was gonna go long and y'all wanted to give us laughs? Kind of thing, insert.
No dogs without people.
I mean,
I'm just
I hadn't
impressed that they
even,
took
I
off.
hadn't even gotten to that
I
one.
guess- I mean, I
There's
really-
a reason for that one.
I mean, I guess the real question is,
That one is.
She'll explain it.
can we read this into the record for the sake of our viewers at home, so they understand exactly what we're
It's
looking at?
posted.
It's in the
posted
packet.
Okay,
online.
fantastic.
We don't need to read this.
I'll give
Right.
$100 to someone who calls us right now that's watching from home.
Oh man, we have 3 people.
All right, let's move on to 19.
These phones are ringing. That's amazing. I would be the first one.
Phone to ring.
All right, so council, maybe we'll seek a little additional clarification from the park commission on that.
I really am. I'm good with all of it. I just don't know that. I don't understand the execution of it. So they took off the reference to
If maybe our
kids.
park
Don't bring kids
liaisons could
I
just,
wasn't at the meeting.
yeah, maybe ask for clarification.
'Cause
and
the
just
last-
let us
the
I
know.
was
last
at
one-
the
I will
last
next
meeting. What was the question?
If our
Ask for clarification
if
on their
our
rules.
park liaisons wouldn't mind letting the park commission know that a little additional context, that would be helpful.
From my understanding, they were trying to make rules like it was a dog park, like New Braunfels Dog Park. And so I think they took maybe some direction out of context from what the conversation was with our city attorney, where we were just trying to find out whether or not
This is you?
I'm not sure.
Somehow you got thrown under the bus. Who knows? We'll ask him for
Well, actually,
clarification.
no, I think
I
that-
like that. Let's be
Seven
clear. I like the
says
verbiage
Charlie
of this
all over it.
far
we
better
we
than
talked
what we had last
about
month.
the liability of the city sort of issues, and then it was just described that New Braunfels had created a fundraising project and a park project that was sustainable, and they should look at that. And so instead of the overall financial structure of fundraising and raising money for the sustainability of the park, it was more looked at, possibly just misinterpreted to look at it as being kind of the rules of the area. Maybe.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
my
I
guess
think
of
that's exactly
kind of where we
what happened.
Okay.
The
veered
evolution.
in this direction. And, you know, if it's not really what the council,
Yeah.
you know, if we don't really want them to do this, I guess it would be good to give some direction tonight to say, you know, what, do we want rules for that area codified, or more signs posted, or
So
do we not?
They already have signs posted.
we do have
with
signs
rules.
posted, and we do have rules. And in my personal experience, neither are followed. And neither are generally followed by people that absolutely and unquestionably know the rules. And so this 10 seconds, I'm a little taken aback that even some of those folks are proposing that we consider additional rules, I guess is where I am. And that's about as nice as I can say it.
I mean, if you want to get people to read the sign, put on the sign, "No dogs without people." Do not let your dog mount other dogs. I mean, you put that on there, you will have everybody up there reading the signs.
I tell you,
That will at least get
suspect
them to read
there's
it.
probably a viral sensation that's going to happen.
Honestly,
if we put that
think
signage
about it.
up.
If you put that at the top, they'll read it. And then kind of dangle one somewhere in the middle, get them to read a little further.
It's a fair assessment.
All right, can we move on?
Yes, please.
Discussion of possible action on RFP for collection services. So I'll let Amber follow up on this, but we have, for some of our utilities, services provided by the city, some exceedingly outstanding accounts.
True. We currently contract with Purdue Brandon. The contract is up. They're basically our collection agency for the city, and so the contract's older than 5 years. So we would like to go out for an RFP for.
There's only 2 of them, so.
You've named one.
Okay.
But that's
So, do you think it would be worth our effort then to issue an RFP?
yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying.
I could just
you only
ask
get
for
2 bids.
proposals. Yeah, rather than the RFP process, I could just ask for 2 proposals.
What if they don't want to make a proposal?
Linebarger will
Can't
make-
make them.
Yeah, no,
Just-
Linebarger.
Or just call Linebarger and say, what do you?
I'll be happy to do whatever you want.
Sounds good.
Okay,
All right.
great.
So no action there?
No.
No action. 21, discussion possible action on an amendment to the City of Rollingwood Personnel Policy Handbook to provide for an accelerated accrual schedule of vacation hours and to restrict sick leave carryover for employees hired after March 1, 2020, as well as to identify previously approved additions to employee benefits.
So this issue came up to me from the chief, and he posed the issue. He's professional, he's an executive, but he's earning the same amount of vacation as someone who might be entry level. And also with his efforts to try to recruit officers, he suggested we look at our vacation that we offer. Ashley did all the research and did a really nice job. She has some forms in there. We have a suggested, we would have max accrual 2 times the current year accrual. Right now it's current year accrual plus previous year accrual, and those could be 2 different numbers. So we thought it might be best just to match 2 times the current year accrual. We're proposing to accelerate it to 120 in 0 through 5, 144 hours in 6 through 10, and then 168 hours per year in 11 plus. Let me see what else.
And that's a
she's
cap?
got. That would be, so the cap is 2 times the current year. So if you're at year 4, you could have 240 hours. That would be your cap vacation.
Right now, there's no cap, right?
There is a cap on vacation. There is
Okay,
no
not
cap
on
on
sick.
sick, which I.
Which is where we get this huge payout.
Right. And so she also did a chart of where, if you adopted what we proposed, where we'd look like. Also, when we were getting pretty aggressive with the vacation, that was before I realized the compensation pay scale was coming before y'all, and so we thought, hey, if we can't beat them on pay, let's try to beat them on vacation. And so I am not married to these recommended hours. Definitely open to kind of scale those back, especially if we look at implementing the chief's pay scale and compensation. And then the final thing was, I know that there has been some concerns about our sick leave accrual, that it's not capped, it's a liability. And so what we suggested was capping for at least those employees who are hired after March 1 of 2020. But you could cap it right now. You could do other other things. You could.
Were you gonna, or are you able to give us, information about the employees who've been here for a long time and what the payout is gonna be for them? And then, like, what it looks like if we grandfather them and let them keep going as they are, or if we stop them where they are for that payout and then let them move forward like everybody else if we adopted the new.
We could do that.
That'd be helpful, just to know where we are and like.
And what the maximum accrued amount is of every one.
Sure.
Yeah.
We could do more
That'd be
analysis.
helpful.
I feel like now is kind of the time to try to address this when we have generally kind of a newer staff.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And
Agreed.
it is an issue that we've all talked about.
Agreed.
And I don't have any problem with us having a different scale for managerial level staff, or, you know, accounting for prior experience, like, for the, I mean, where I come from, it's very common for that to be a negotiated thing when you come in and hire somebody with experience, that that they get more vacation time. That's just part of the deal.
And another option Ashley thought of was that her city, they had PTO. And so if we wanted to implement PTO versus having vacation and sick buckets, we could freeze the sick where we are and then just start accruing PTO. So for example, we accrue almost 4 hours of vacation and then almost 4 hours of sick leave. We would limit that liability since you're paying out all the PTO, like you would accrue maybe 5 hours total of PTO.
So it'd save the city
So it's all
an
in
hour,
one bucket?
but they could use
Yes,
it for
it's
whatever.
all in one bucket.
Which is easier to track.
So how often are we paid? Twice a month?
Right.
Or every 2 weeks?
Every 2 weeks, sorry.
Okay. And so it's accrued on a per pay period basis?
Right.
Okay. I hate those goofy numbers. We're just trying to fix that in my office and everybody's going, no, it's okay. And I went, round numbers are so much better.
I agree. Okay, so what's staff recommendation?
We can do some more homework and come back to you with some more scenarios and more information so that you have more of an idea of how that will impact the budget.
Say, I'm not opposed to the concept of increasing it. I'm concerned about the first one going from 80 to 120 because that covers like most of the staff, and we don't necessarily have to pay for vacation coverage for office personnel, but we do for police officers, and that adds to the cost. If you've got more hours that they're taking off, then you have more overtime that you have to pay for somebody else to cover that. And I would think we would be better off providing the salary and not upping the vacation time as much.
And are we looking at
100%.
caps on comp time too? Because that's something that, just like sick time, we're accruing in the police department, right, with no cap? Maybe we could get a report on what we owe for that too. If somebody were to
Who
leave, they get
created
paid out
all
their
of that?
comp.
I mean, what a terrible way of calculating everything. Ugh. I'd never
Consultants.
Never work in my business.
Consultants.
What a mess. It's like just
It is
a
a
never-ending liability.
So, for the sake of time and the late hour, is it fair to say that there's nothing actionable for us now, but that we would encourage staff to continue exploring and bringing back an actionable solution in the near term?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
With an actual recommendation?
Yes.
Yeah.
22.
Budget.
Sorry, go ahead.
The budget impacts.
Discussion and possible action on a corporate wellness program through Gold's Gym. For context there, were you, sorry, so the idea, again, is basically to get a little beefier on our bennies, fellas. The idea of keeping our people happy and keeping them here. I'm not sure who originated the idea of Gold's Gym, but
Shower, they're not here.
guys are killing me right now.
That's right.
You're losing us. Let's just bring all this kind of stuff back in one thing, as opposed to getting hit with a million different things, so we know how it affects us as a whole.
Yeah, this is, well, we talked about this one a little in our meeting too. This one is, I think, $31.
$23.
$23.
And the other thing we were going to explore is whether or not it had a, and if it did, what the degree it had a positive impact on our
Health insurance?
health insurance cost.
And we don't have facilities here if an officer wanted to take a shower, or if like somebody
I've got a
goes
treadmill.
and-
Come over.
But we were also talking about possibly, paying half of it and have the employee pay half if they wanted the membership, because then if you pay something psychologically, you might go, or maybe we pay it all, but
So,
that was
again,
just a discussion.
For the sake of time, if
Is it for all employees? Cover that.
Mm-hmm.
I think the idea might be to kind of package it all up so that we can take a look at kind of a comprehensive package. We can understand the impact on our budget. Is that a fair assessment?
Have we polled to know how many people would want to do this?
If we have to get, that's the trick. We have to get 10 employees to do it. We think because some employees are members of different gyms, if the city paid full price, we think we could get 10. If the city doesn't pay full price, we don't know if we can get 10.
Full price is
$23 a month
Per person.
per person.
Okay.
And I know we talked about the swimming pool, but realistically, if somebody just needs a shower because they've done something here, we should have a way to work out a deal where they can use the showers at the pool, if the pool is open.
So like yesterday, we had
it's
a
just silly.
Kind of weird.
we had a water line break and had to send Eli and Alex home after because they were soaked because it was raining and they worked a water line break.
Well, and if they don't have a dry set of clothes to change into, being able to shower at the pool doesn't help. But if they do, and we have that available,
Yeah, we can.
you know,
Use the pool.
I mean,
I would think we should be able
I
to
hear
work that out.
everything you guys are saying, but in my mind, it's a private enterprise, and that equates to not a lot different to me than saying, yeah, I don't know, one of our guys needs a burger, you should give him a burger. No, it's private enterprise, so maybe not. You still have to have that discussion with the pool.
Yeah,
I'm
We
just,
are members.
that's
right.
analogy's not accurate. But
No.
sorry.
Read the report.
there.
I'm fine with looking at the gym thing, that's. But is the one down by HEB?
It is.
Yeah, that's the closest one.
I mean, that's a long way to drive for a shower.
That's my point. You have to get into your car to get down there.
I'm fine with the gym
Which is
thing.
why this one is right up
Having
here
been
and you
a member
can
of the
drive
gym,
the city
it's
vehicle
just
to the
busted out
shower,
It
right?
really, it didn't take with me. I mean, will they use the gym?
All right, let's go to the next thing.
I don't think this is an appropriate conversation.
Yeah.
All right, they're moving me on.
Are we moving along?
We should talk about Dog Mountain.
Item 23, discussion possible action to review applications and make appointments to the Park Commission, Utility Commission, RCDC Planning, and Zoning Commission, and the Board of Adjustments. We have 3 applicants, and I am looking for my third in this stack of papers. Go. So, first up is the Board of Adjustments, and we have, what is it, 2? 1 board? 2? Yep. We have Robert Turner and Michael Rhodes.
Robert.
Sorry, Robert Turner and Michael Rhodes?
But I thought Michael Rhodes only wanted P and Z, not Board of Adjustment.
Board of Adjustments or P and Z?
Oh, he wanted that.
Well, that's what he put on his application.
And do we have 2 alternate spots on the Board of Adjustment?
Just one.
Just one.
Just one open.
So, I am supposed to offer a recommendation.
You get to appoint.
Well,
and
there
the
you go.
council
Approves my appointment.
confirms your appointment.
I am going to appoint Robert Turner, and with the hopes that Michael Rhodes, as he expressed an interest in another board, should an availability come up on P and Z, we have some turnover, that Michael would be willing to serve.
We have lots of room on utility commission.
I
Yeah.
tried to recruit
Come on down.
Rhodes for Utility Commission, and he declined very nicely. He's not
That's,
interested.
my appointment would be for Robert Turner, and I'm asking the council to,
It's yours, man.
I move
I-
to
Don't drag us into this
approve
thing.
the
We have to confirm. We have to confirm.
appointment of Robert Turner to the Board of Adjustment alternate position.
Second.
perfect. I guess all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, council.
Hey,
And then
kudos
I-
on this new updated, I think y'all did some work on this, didn't you? Like delineating how things are appointed and that sort of thing.
Just say yes.
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 Yes,
Thank
I
you,
did.
Charlie.
Thanks for the kudos.
Take the compliment.
I move to appoint Rebecca Tongsanoon to the RCDC.
And in case anyone's questioning whether the second, I think that's a fantastic idea.
I wasn't waiting on your approval, but I will second it.
Perfect.
And
Just like a
just
dramatic
because
second.
she had multiple options on there, why
Yeah,
why
be-
RCDC and not
so I had,
commission?
She's
happy to
interested.
answer some of that. I had an opportunity to reach out and speak with Rebecca and specifically ask kind of where her interests lay. I did note to her that she referenced 3 different boards and or
Right.
commissions that serve a pretty wide breadth. Walked through what all 3, kind of the scope of the 3 that she put on there, and her undeniable, unquestionable, I guess, preference was RCDC
Okay.
after that discussion.
Works for me. I just
Call vote, guys.
wondered why.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. Welcome, Rebecca. Don't anybody spoil her. The conversation that I had, she's a true believer right now and very excited to be of service to the community. Just don't hear that very often. We don't want to ruin it out of the gate.
And what are we all doing here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
If we are not excited to be serving
Oh.
the
You
city.
need to get to work on Sarah's poor utility commission. It's got 3 vacancies down there.
Well, yes.
24, discussion and possible action on an amendment to the city's code of ordinances regarding the membership requirements to serve on all city boards or commissions.
This should help.
So I hope so. So we've discussed this, or I've discussed this with a couple of folks here, and the reason this has come back to the forefront is we actually have a couple of citizens, residents, I guess I should say, here in the city who are technically not citizens. That said, there is no state or federal requirement to serve on a board or commission requiring you to be a citizen. Really?
Except that you have to swear an oath to the Constitution when you get sworn in.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So how do you do that if
So-
you're not a citizen?
Because
You have to swear an oath to the Constitution to be a member of a Rollingwood Board and Commission.
Yep.
Maybe that's our own thing.
Well, so certainly precluding non-citizens
That's
from
what
serving
I had
on
to do.
boards and commissions, unelected boards and commissions, it was expressed to me that that is unique, relatively unique to our community. And I will tell you that we have an opportunity to pick up 2, both, I
think one is an Australian citizen and one is a British citizen.
Who's the Brit?
Dixon.
Bill Dixon.
Yeah,
Do you have to?
he'd be great.
Why?
Yeah, well, that's I guess part of where my mind went immediately was, we have residents that are wanting to step up and serve the community. More importantly, they've got great skill sets. Why the heck, if we don't have to preclude them from the process, why would we choose to?
We had to turn somebody away from the park commission because he was, first of all, he hadn't been here for 6 months, so we turned him away for that. And then after 6 months, we were like, okay, let's go. And then he wasn't a citizen, so then
Yep.
we turned him away.
All right, counselor, you good with this?
I am
Yes.
not good with, oh, did you say counsel or
Yeah, I'm
counselor?
sorry. I meant legal opinion.
Legal
Okay.
counselor.
Okay.
You are my personal counselor. Legal counsel?
Yeah, so I was just looking at the official oath of office, and is that what y'all do?
We're kind of a belt and suspenders.
Apparently, yes. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office, which is odd, they're not really taking an office as that term is understood under the state laws, but that's all right. Of the state of Texas, and will do the best of my ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. So you're not swearing an oath to the Constitution, you're just swearing that you'll do your best to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of Texas. So I don't even see a conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't either. It
You
doesn't
can
say
be
you have
a-
to be a citizen.
You can be a citizen and still swear to defend the Constitution of the United States of Texas as a member of the Rollingwood Planning and Zoning Commission.
I think this will really put us on the international map.
I don't think we should drop the 6-month residency requirement.
I wasn't suggesting that.
Well, but the ordinance eliminates all the restrictions that says anybody can serve.
The ordinance as drafted does eliminate all the restrictions because we wanted the policy making board to make those decisions.
Yeah, I think that 6 months is a very short period of time for people to have to be here to figure out what's going on and how to find City Hall and, what issues are important in the neighborhood.
I'm not convinced that people that have been here for 20 years know what's going on.
I think they probably have a better
That's on the
idea
record.
than somebody that just moved in.
I
So,
feel like
Perhaps.
if a resident moves in and they are invested in this neighborhood and they've decided to live here and they say, I want to get involved and meet people and help and volunteer and improve my community, I'm not opposed to them doing that before 6 months. My personal opinion, I understand where you're coming from. That's just my viewpoint.
And Charlie, council can decide. I mean, you'll take the applications no differently than you are today. And if you decide as a body, well, they haven't lived here long enough, we'd rather have this person, you can make that call. It doesn't have to be in the ordinance, right?
That's fair.
right, but if you have only one person,
You don't have to appoint them. You don't have to take an application because it's presented to you, even if there's a vacancy.
seems easier for there to be a baseline so that they know they have to reach that instead of saying, yeah, well, you're not good enough yet. Once they've applied already.
I mean, the counter to that would be there's a vacancy and there's, however many people that live here and have lived here for a greater time than 6 months and nobody else is willing to step up to do it. So I would almost argue, I would rather take somebody that's been here 2 days to fill a vacancy and train them up to do it and understand things than have a vacancy because nobody else in the community wants to step up and do the work. And if I'm wrong, then let's figure out how we're filling our utility commission or our park commission.
I motion to amend the city's code of ordinances regarding the membership requirements to serve on all city boards or commissions.
Second.
As presented.
And for clarification, as presented in the packet.
Correct.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion, council? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
We have 3-1. Motion passes. Thank you, council.
Discussion and possible action to instruct city administrator and city attorney to draft written comments from the city of Rollingwood to comptroller regarding the sales tax sourcing rule change by the April 3rd, 2020 deadline.
This is at the end of the agenda?
On this one. I didn't know that you were gonna put this on the agenda.
With the help of Gavin Massengill.
Very excited about this
I
one.
move.
So we had some folks in attendance with the meeting earlier this week.
That's not this one.
Not this one. You guys
This
want
is
to give us some
just, we
context?
saw in the legislative update that they extended the deadline for comments until April 3rd, so we have an opportunity to comment.
Oh, this is the sales tax. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm wholeheartedly in support of this. I did not put it on the agenda, but I'm intimately aware of it. And the situation is, you've got some cities out there who, in the name of economic development, have done, I'm not saying I would have done it differently, but have cut very long-term deals for internet sales where and I'll use Dell as an example, if I order a Dell computer from Round Rock, I pay sales tax on that, my sales tax goes to Dell, and then they split it with the city of Round Rock, and we don't get anything. And this is reworking those origin to rework origin into the equation for sales tax collection. And it's very much to our benefit.
At a time, especially when a small city like ours is getting starved out by comparison.
So
Just changing it to destination, right?
changing it
Where
to
it's-
destination
yes.
sourcing. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, depending, yeah, well, it's,
Which means that if you get stuff ordered to your office instead of to your home, and your office isn't in Rollingwood, then it still doesn't come here, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Because it
That
doesn't
whole-
get stolen off my front porch if it comes to my office instead.
That whole discussion that we had about filling in Rollingwood and all that, that really wasn't working.
Yeah.
It was with some, like Amazon, we are probably getting that, but
Mm-hmm.
if you're ordering from Home Depot, San Marcos is getting that.
Right.
So this just changes that.
Yeah.
There are winners and losers, but we
would be winning in
we would
that
be
deal,
winning on that deal.
especially with the new office buildings we have in Rollingwood and the people that are in there that are probably ordering a ton of stuff on a daily basis online to their offices for that reason,
Well,
so they
that's
don't
true,
get
yeah.
stolen. I mean, that's high-end office
It's
space.
certainly a
Right.
good way to help fund a police department.
It is.
So we don't, do we need to make a motion or just give some direction that we want this written?
I can take a crack at the
Thank you.
So here's another thought related to this. Especially if we had a civilian person in the police department to have a package delivery that came to the police department.
You'd probably have to have a huge warehouse.
Instead of going to your front door, then it would be safe,
That
right?
is.
Yes.
And then
I
we'd
don't know
get
if
the,
that
and
goes
we'd get the
with this
sales
agenda
tax
item,
for it.
but
That's true.
maybe it does. I guess it is destination related. They have those mailboxes that you can put packages into that lock.
Anyway, if y'all give me
I
direction.
mean,
can-
Amazon would be all over that to have one place in the neighborhood to
You
go
bet.
to.
Yeah.
Honestly,
They have locations. Amazon has those types of locations
Yeah.
throughout the city.
But
Throughout
not-
Austin anyway.
Not in this city.
That's correct.
yeah.
Or get Trader Joe's to put one in or something, so that we don't have to go all the way down to Whole Foods to get a locker, and we could get it right here in Rollingwood and still have a Rollingwood address.
Hey, also while we're on sales tax too, we need to kind of watch our sales tax. There was a Wayfair bill passed last session that also made some changes to this.
2 bills, yeah.
Yeah, 2 bills. And we should already start seeing some increased sales tax from that. And it has to do with destination versus origin too. So that should start looking a little bit better for us.
So when we talked about this years ago, they said that it wasn't, that it didn't matter what city you put on there because it was based on your address? And that somehow they were supposed to know, based on your address, that you were in the city of Rollingwood? Is that not true?
It is true, but it was in reverse. Like, that's true, but we weren't getting the benefit from it. It was based on the address of the seller.
Sales
Now
taxes
it's
were
at the
up
buyer.
12%,
Origin instead of
and
destination.
usually it trends up
Well,
7.
no, not even just for online stuff. But like, on your phone bill and on all of those things where you get taxes charged on your cell phone bill,
Oh, yeah.
But there's not a
stuff
state
like
tax.
that. They were saying that those sales taxes, that they were supposed to be allocated based on your address,
Some of that I think is right. I think that was correct in some of it.
because I had wondered about that before too. If that's not happening, can we get our own zip code?
Ooh, 787.
Well, I mean, that way, if they're gonna do it by zip code, then everything to this zip code comes to us.
Supposedly they don't just go off zip code. They supposedly can drill down to the neighborhood level.
But how do you ever check that?
That's a good question.
Helpful if we have a post office.
All right, so what are we doing on this one?
You're
So you're
writing a
gonna
letter.
write it up
Okay.
and make it good.
But it'll be under the mayor's signature.
Correct.
Or can
We
it
need
be
a
from the entire, like from a governing body? Would it have more power, like coming from the council than the mayor? I mean, the mayor has a lot of power. Don't get me wrong; he's very powerful.
I am.
I would prefer it
spot on a
to be
window.
from the mayor.
Okay.
What are the odds that Glenn Hager even reads it?
Good.
Well, I mean, I went to law school with him, and his wife was my mock trial partner in law school. So
So
Even
you need to
better.
sign it?
you still probably have a better connection than I do, though.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that, but they may or may not already know. They may already know where we are on it.
I would argue that the majority of the cities in the state of Texas are falling down on the side of Rome, but it's just a few cities like you mentioned, Round Rock, San Marcos,
Soon to be
a couple
Florida.
other that have some deals with Amazon.
Yeah, I think most of them. I think the issue is we do come down on with the majority, but the minority are the ones who are.
They're going to be the most vocal about it for
being
sure,
the most vocal.
and they're going to because they're the greatest.
So I do think that the comptroller would appreciate some support.
I agree with you 100%.
So.
Sounds good. Agenda item number
Maybe
26,
we
Mayor.
can tell our neighboring jurisdictions.
And just so y'all know too, I did mention to TML also that I encourage them to stay neutral. I think that's where they're going to be.
That would be my. I haven't talked to anybody about it, but that's the impression that I'm getting.
They know that they're.
That's where I found the information, and it was very neutral.
Yeah. Well, they have to represent the interests of all their
Mhm.
representatives, and everybody's coming down on different sides.
Do we need to bring the letter back, or can he just sign it and we go?
He could just sign
You
it.
can just sign it.
Assuming I agree with it.
Assuming.
Okay. Moving on to discussion and possible action regarding TCAD's announcement that residential properties will not be appraised in 2020. This was me getting ahead of myself now. Sorry, I'm not sure. There were a couple of folks that attended this meeting. Who wants, raise your hand if you want to provide context. Or just start providing it. Nobody. Okay. I'll do it.
I'll provide context. It's
Perfect.
The issue is not about valuations. The issue is on a national level from the National Board of Realtors, and they're freaking out because Amazon is wanting to get into residential real estate, and they feel like agents and brokers could be completely pushed out of the marketplace in 10 years. And so they're protecting their proprietary information, and they've already learned from their mistakes of selling it to Zillow and a few others. And for somehow and I haven't gotten the answer to this as to why Austin and Travis County is ground zero for this, but I have like 4 phone calls out to figure that out to board members. So that's what's really going on. It's not about valuations or any of that. It's about
Who owns the data?
who owns the information.
That's right.
And I think where the city lies with this is we still haven't received any information from TCAD regarding this announcement. And so we don't have a full understanding of the impact. You know, could it impact our bond rating? Could it, it'll impact our revenues, not much, but a little. How does that balance out with them reappraising commercial property but not residential property? And so I think there's some more information that we need before taking a position.
Well, and how does that impact properties under construction?
Exactly that too.
Because
They'll
if
be
like,
valued
if
at
last
the-
year it was a bare lot and now you have a,
They'll
you
be
know.
appraised at last year, they won't reappraise them.
Well, I can understand that if you have a house and you have the same house a year later, but if it's
Well, it's
totally
just a
different.
blanket, no appraisals on any
So-
properties, period.
Wow, that's
The,
a problem.
the comptroller, or not the comptroller, the attorney general in the state and the governor are not gonna allow this to happen at the end of the day. I think that,
So is it fair for me
I
to
think the chief appraiser overplayed her hand.
is it fair for me to suggest that I hope that we as a community can express a hope that the professionals will act as professionals and do the jobs
Absolutely,
that they
they
are
still have a job
hired to
to
do?
do.
Yeah.
Well, the meeting that we attended was, we were the only municipality rep there. It was all the superintendents from the different various school districts because of the impacts to the budget. And so Eanes being the school district for City of Rollingwood, what affects them affects us. So it is important for us to follow this issue and offer our support where we can. If it's gonna impact their budgets the way that they're projecting, it's pretty severe.
So, I have I agree. And that's a stupid question, I should know it, but remind me of the TCAD board. I mean, remind me of the governance structure of TCAD.
I just
I mean,
researched this. Would you
I
like
have
me to
always
do it?
understood it to be made up of the governmental entities.
So, it's an appointment process. The people who are appointed to the board are appointed by the taxing entities.
Right.
Which would be, we are one of the taxing entities. So in order for us to nominate a candidate, we have to nominate a candidate by resolution by the deadline, which I believe is April 30th.
We did that like a year or two ago, I remember that.
There's no term limits, and
But my point is, how is the appraiser making that call without taking guidance from her board, which is appointed by the taxing entities?
That's what our question was back to TCAD, and there was a letter drafted. It was signed off on by all the superintendents of the schools that asked that very question.
There's something going on that they're not talking about, right? Like neither side is coming out and saying what is going on. Because this dispute's been going on for 7 years.
Yeah.
Over the information. And not that they care about that they have the actual numbers. It's not about that. It was probably
Yeah, I mean, they fight it
originally.
with legislation every 2 years, but,
Yeah.
I mean, we're not a mandatory disclosure state. That is what it is. It's not ABOR's fault. They have proprietary information. I'm biased, I get it. My wife's a realtor, but that doesn't preclude TCAD from doing the best to do their job.
they have to do their
Well, they still have other avenues
Right.
of appraising properties.
Absolutely do.
This is just their least expensive avenue.
Yeah. So, I think they'll fold too, but I think we need to stay on top of it.
We also had a conversation about being a little more organized in who is nominated on the ballot to represent us
Right now,
on the
Buckle
TCAD board.
is still our Western Travis County representative, Tom Buckle.
And he's the mayor of Jonestown.
Law partner.
Oh, I was like, wait, I'm remembering this.
Oh.
I how am I remembering this?
Mhm.
Yeah, got it.
So that being said, his term expires December 30th. So that we put it on the city calendar to bring it up for a future agenda so that we can nominate by resolution.
We nominated you, just in
Yeah.
case you're curious.
So just so you know, it can be an elected official. So we just went ahead and volunteered you.
That does not seem like anything I would want to do.
Permanent.
That's why we nominated you.
But the interesting thing about that too is that if you read the code, it says that each taxing unit can nominate one person for each position that's open. So we could nominate up to 5 people on the board. That's just what the code says. And I can't find any bylaws for the board. It's not posted anywhere. It is not accessible information if there are bylaws for how it's structured. But the actual code, the tax code, says that a taxing entity can nominate one person for each position.
Wendy is a research guru. It's amazing.
Well, so can we get a copy, or will we get copied on their reply to this letter that the superintendents have sent? Because I think that's the question that we need answered, of who sets your policy, and does the board have the authority to reverse that decision?
Yes, they will keep us apprised of that.
Okay. So there's nothing to do here, right?
I mean, there's a bunch of board members for ABOR that live in Eanes ISD. The fact that nobody had reached out to any of them was really mind-boggling to me when we were in the meeting. I figured that would have been like the first phone call. I mean, I know a bunch of those people host EF events at their house and everything. How no one contacted them.
So, yep. Okay. Good talk.
All set? 27, update discussion, possible action, pass a resolution, request a meeting with, to provide information on statement position. You guys can read 27 and the remainder. Wendy,
Yes.
you have some, a lot of information
So we have included the letters, the last letter that we wrote from MOPAC, and Councilmember Patillo has been carrying the flag on this MOPAC project and attending numerous CAMPO and CTRMA meetings and more meetings than I could name. So her ask of me was just to ask our council to take a moment before the next meeting to read the last correspondence and consider how you would prioritize the issues that were presented, and whether there are other issues not in the letter that you'd want to add, and how you'd want those to be prioritized. This sounds like Amy, right? So I think that's an important point, because right now we have taken a position in our letters consistently. Is that still our position as a city? And we want to just make sure that on the dais that we agree with the points in the letter, and see if there's anything that you wanted to change. Let's see. So yeah, if you'd just be prepared to give us feedback in March that reflects our priorities, because we're re-engaging the issue because MOPAC South project has started again. And in the packet, there's also the timeline. We've used an updated timeline based on the packet of information that the CTRMA gave to the city in our meeting with them, saying when the next open houses are going to be. So that's all on the timeline that's included in the packet as well. So that's pretty much the update, is just please read the letter, familiarize yourself with it, and then let us know if there's any priorities that have changed for you.
Great, thank you. Council, any comments? We'll pull up item 28. It's Bee Cave improvement project that TechSite is committed to co-sponsoring with the city of Rollingwood. Wendy,
you have updates there? Nothing from our side.
No, we're still waiting on it's all on the timeline of where they are in the process for the 2045 plan. So,
Right.
and we submitted our project, so we're still waiting to hear.
Perfect. Thank you.
We have mayor and department reports available in your packets, and well, the agenda packets if anybody needs to review. With that, I think we have covered all items. And I thank everybody on council for their time, and the audience for their time. Move to adjourn, which we don't have to move to. Adjournment.
Got my $100.
Phone never rang, sir.
They're not.
What?